Welcome, and we thank you all for being here. I bring you greetings, obviously, from our South Texas APS Community Board. And I will tell you, if any of you have ever helped to put together any kind of a conference or seminar, there's a lot of working parts. And so I want to just really quickly give a shout out to our education committee that's on the board. I'm not going to make them stand up. They know who they are, but a little round of applause, please, because this works. I think we're going to have an exciting and successful symposium today. So again, we thank you for being here. It would help if I put my specs on, wouldn't it? I don't want to miss anybody. So a big shout out and thank you to our food bank for hosting us. And I do feel the air. It's starting to get a little bit better. That's great. Boy, we froze last year. So you never know. One of the things, if you're ever putting on a conference, what you've got to have is the chow, right? So I want to say thank you to the Gonzaba Foundation, who have sponsored our breakfast this morning. Our lunch is being brought to us by Salsa, which is successfully aging and living in San Antonio. And we thank both of those folks for feeding us, because what a long day it would be without that. Senior Planet from AARP are doing our technology today, and they do a wonderful job. And as you can see, we've got a great crowd here. We have more people back in their offices and their homes watching us virtually as well. So it's great to be to do both sides of that. And then just a quick thank you and acknowledgement to the people who are part of our board and part of the group. And of course, that's DFPS, Department of Family and Protective Services, Adult Protective Services, ACOG, the City of San Antonio Department of Human Services, Sage Care Management, SAPD, and the San Antonio Fire Department and the DA's office. So just all those people came together to make this for you today, and we thank you. And with that, I have one more great honor, and that is to introduce our next speaker, and that is Ann Cortez. She is the APS South District Director. She rocks. She's one of the best things. She's going to maybe tell you a little bit about a conference we just came back from a couple weeks ago. It was the statewide Texas APS conference. It was their 40th year in hosting a conference. And there was a lot of wonderful awards, and each director from the different districts got to talk and stuff. She was absolutely the best. We're the best area in the state. So with that, please welcome Ann Cortez.
Good morning. So I forget that sometimes the traffic here in San Antonio can be a little daunting, and that's what happened this morning. And then I'm fighting a little bit of allergies, so I did get tested. I don't have COVID. I don't have RS whatever, and I don't have influenza. They put stuff in every part of so I'm good. I just have allergies, in case people are wondering, oh my God, this woman's not wearing a mask. I should probably put one on anyway. Good morning. I am the Director of Adult Protective Services, and so proud to be a part of the APS family here in Region 8. And I see my APS folks there in the middle. As Cynthia mentioned, we are right off the cuff of the 40th Annual Adult Protective Services Conference that we held in Austin. And this year's theme was celebrating the unsung heroes. And I certainly believe that our first responders and you who are here, who represent the judicial side, law enforcement, first responders in the community, paramedics, are truly the unsung heroes for us. APS is embarking in an effort these next couple of years to recognize how closely we need to work with the partnerships and develop partnerships in the community. This is our first attempt to begin to do that APS conference and recognize those partnerships. We offered scholarships. Some of you attended the APS conference on a scholarship that APS offered, so that we can begin to get the message out to the community about adult protective services, the needs that the clients that we both service have, and how best we can partner to meet those needs. In 2022, Bexar County received over 10,000 reports of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. I've mentioned this before, if you all have seen me speak before, and I don't take this lightly. And I think that for us here in the community, we need to recognize that Bexar County receives the second largest number of intake of abuse, neglect, and exploitation in Texas. second only to Houston, Harris County. We receive more intake than the Austin area, Travis County. We receive more reports than Dallas County. We receive more reports than Tarrant County and or El Paso County. So we are a major hub, major player, however you want to define it, in the abuse, neglect, and exploitation field for elder adults here in Bexar County. That doesn't necessarily mean that our surrounding counties are not busy as well. Region 8, which this is the area that we cover, is a very, very busy and active region. If you've gone or participated in any presentations with respect to the aging, you have heard the statistic that in the year 2034, people the age 65 and older will outnumber children. That is unprecedented, obviously. So in a very short time frame, our lifespans, the number of individuals 65 and older will outnumber children in the United States. And in Bexar County, adults 65 and older are about 13% of the population and growing. So it is a really, really serious, it will become a serious issue. It already is. And so Adult Protective Services has embarked in identifying partnerships, creating a partnership model that begins to identify our critical partners, essential partners, and network partners. Those of you in this room, APS has identified as critical partners, critical to the work that we do, critical to the needs of emergent needs of clients out in the field. And so we want to make sure that we know you and you know us, that you know what we can do, that we understand what you can do, that we both understand our limitations and our processes so that we can better serve the needs of the aged and disabled in this community. They tell me that we have over 150 folks registered for this conference and about 70 online. That's quite impressive for it being our second annual. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of our team. And thank you once again for meeting the needs of the APS client in the field. I have the distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Judge Veronica Vasquez. I have met Judge Vasquez and worked with Judge Vasquez in the past. And so in reading her bio, it still amazes me what a firecracker and a powerhouse that this woman is. So if you would indulge me, Veronica Vasquez is the presiding judge for Bexar County Probate Court 2. She was born and raised in Houston. Judge Vasquez graduated with a bachelor's degree and a law degree from the University of Texas in Austin, Hookham. In 2018, Judge Vasquez became the first woman of color elected to the probate courts in Bexar County, San Antonio, Texas. The judge is a champion for accessibility for all members in her community, including the elderly and those individuals, adults with physical and mental disability. Immediately upon taking office, she provided informational resources for the public in English and Spanish on her website and was the first probate court in the state to do so. She also collaborated with her county to create a pickup and drop-off zone for those with special needs. Judge Vasquez co-chairs the Bexar County Elder Abuse and Exploitation Task Force, and this group is dedicated to ensuring justice for seniors who are victims of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Due to this task force work, key legislation has been enacted that furthers the prevention of exploitation of seniors. Judge Vasquez also holds educational workshops for the public on probate, guardianships, and elder exploitation. In recognition for her hard work, Judge Vasquez received the Barbara F. Kishpaw Elder Advocate Award from the San Antonio Probate and Elder Bar section. Additionally, she received the San Antonio Women's Chamber of Commerce Rising Star and was recently inducted into the San Antonio Women's Hall of Fame. Congratulations. She's also honored with the President's Award of the San Antonio Bar Association for her work in advocating to assist to create the third probate court here in Bexar County. She's currently the judicial co-chair of the San Antonio Legal Services Association, and it's a nonprofit dedicated to providing pro bono legal services to the San Antonio community. And we are honored to have her share some words with you this morning. Judge Vasquez.
Good morning. My name is Judge Veronica Vasquez. And so, yes, it sounds impressive in my resume, but I just feel like I just try to do the right thing, just like many of you here. So it's amazing to see this many people here. Like many of you, I'm sure that you all have someone in your family that has been touched by elder abuse and exploitation. If it hasn't happened to you yet, it will. Or there'll be somebody that you know and love that will be a victim of elder abuse or exploitation. And so this particular topic hits home to my heart because of my own experience with family members. And so when I took the bench, one of the things I started to notice is that there were a lot of, so probate, of course, we do the probating of wills, you know, when they die with the will, without a will, eminent domain, all these other things. But one of the things that really struck me was how many cases we were seeing for removals from APS regarding abuse, neglect, self-neglect, a ton of exploitation. And even if it doesn't come by way of APS, it'll come through the private attorneys that are actually getting a guardianship over their loved one. One of the things that I strive to do when I do presentations to attorneys is teach them that we're a mandatory reporting state. It's amazing to me that a lot of people out there are just not educated and they don't know that if you see something, you have to say something, right? And so they don't know, they think, I don't want to get into somebody's business. I don't know if they're actually being exploited, or I don't know if they're actually being abused. So therefore, I'm not going to do anything because I don't have any hard proof in front of me. And so one of my jobs has been, or one of my goals has been to go out there to educate the community, just call it in. You don't know, but let APS figure that out, right? So you just want to call it in, call it in, call it in. And there's no, to those attorneys that are out there, there's no exception. It's kind of like clergy, right? And so there's no exceptions. You can't hide behind that this is attorney-client privilege. If there's any allegation of abuse and your client has reported it to you, you're mandated to report it to Adult Protective Services. So that's one of the things that I have been dedicated to. So it's amazing to see you all here. This is the second one that I have been to. I think this is the second one, right? Second annual. So it's the last time I was here was just amazing information. And I think like all of you, if this is your first time here, you're going to be juiced up off of the information and you're going to be like, we're going to go out there, we're going to tackle it together. So having said that, I am sitting at the front. I'm the one in the pink suit, right? So loud and proud. So if you all want to be part of the task force, we are meeting on Monday, but if you want to be involved in task force, the idea of the task force came about because we were seeing so many of these cases in Bexar County. And one of the questions that we had, because there were so many different partners in this pursuit for elder abuse and exploitation, but it seemed like some of the partners weren't talking to each other. So we had everyone gather around and just come and meet to talk about what the next steps. How can we close those gaps in the law, the loopholes in the law that we see in preventing successful prosecution of these perpetrators? And so if you feel like that is you and that is your role and you want to assist, let me know and we will get your, the young lady with the green shirt, she will get your information and then we can get you involved in the task force. But it has been highly successful in the sense that we have passed legislation. This last legislative session, we closed a loophole that would allow for caretakers or caregivers to borrow money from their employer. And it actually came by way of one of the task force meetings with Health and Human Services that we had that said, hey, it's hard to get these people prosecuted because there's this loophole in the law in which they can just say they borrowed the money. And now the person doesn't have capacity. So now the person can't say whether it was actually a gift or they borrowed it or they actually stole it, right? And so that was one of the last legislations that we worked on, and that was last legislative session. It actually got passed. It was our second time trying to pass that. So we do work closely with Senator Menendez's office. So again, if you have any legislative ideas like that, if you see something in the law that you think needs to be changed, it's something we definitely can look into. Because like Ann was talking about, we have the second highest rate in the state. And it continues, unfortunately, to be that trend. I am working right now with Melissa Cabello Habra on a idea to get to sort of have a pilot program. And so I don't want to release all of it, but just know that there are some of the things that we're working on, also with city council. So again, if you have any ideas, whether it's with city council, whether it's with the county, whether it's with legislative, just let us know and we can loop you into the task force and get you plugged in so that we can make sure that we can make the much needed changes to protect this vulnerable population. And so that's it for me. And I just want to say thank you for being here, and thank you for caring. Yes, sir.
I'm going to take a page out of the family code and establish protective orders and emergency protective orders for the elderly abuse, for law enforcement also, when they come across this, has to report it to the child protective services. That would go to the state's code. I think that would go a long way.
So I won't give out everything that we're doing, but like I said, I was.
People online can't.
Oh, they can't hear? Okay, so he was just saying that we should take a page out of the family code, that if there's an emergency protective order, like I'm paraphrasing what you said. Okay, chapter 85. So one of the things that was discussed in one of the task force meetings was the mandatory reporting. At this time, if an officer goes out there, there's been a phone call, and you all that are on the street would know this, but what we've been told is if there's a phone call and there's a suspected abuse or neglect, and they go out and they see somebody, and if you know anything about Alzheimer's or dementia, especially dementia, it ebbs and flows, right? So 1 minute they could be totally lucid and they can be with it, and then the next second they are not. So we've had several instances in which have the discussion has come to the task force, or there's been instances that are been brought to the task force where an officer may go out and they see this person, let's just say a phone call was made, and it's, Johnny, the grandson, is abusing or exploiting, stealing grandma's money. Officer goes out, regular officer from the street, right? Not a special dedicated officer that knows a lot about abuse or exploitation, or any dementia, Alzheimer's. They go out, grandma opens the door and say, hey, Maria, how you doing? You okay? Maria says, yes. Maria looks healthy. Maria is clothed, and Maria says, yes. And they talk to her for 2 seconds and she seems fine. So then they go back in the car and they leave, right? One of the things that has been suggested, and one of the things that I'm working with Melissa Cabello Habra, who's going to be the champion on this in council, is a pilot program to have the officers make a phone call to APS. They don't have to do the investigation. Just saw them, don't know whether or not it's going on or not, but let that be the experts. Let it be APS to make that determination. And so get in your patrol vehicle and just make a phone call to the APS law enforcement hotline. And so then we can then begin to track, with San Antonio being one of the first cities to be able to do this SAPD, then we can be able to track, okay, well, what is the result of that? Because there's been, let's just say 800 phone calls. I doubt it's gonna be that much, but let's just say it's I don't know. Let's just say it's 800 phone calls now that SAPD has phoned into APS. We can be able to track, okay, out of that, how many of those actually ended up and validated as abuse and exploitation with APS, so that we can know whether or not this is something that we need to change statewide. So that is something that we are working on with Melissa Cabello Habra. But I will look into this particular chapter. You said 25? 85. Okay. Chapter 85 of the Criminal Code of Procedure? Well, come see me afterwards so that I can write down all of it so that we can look it up. I just want to make sure that I have it correct. So anything like. Yep, that's right. Right. And so that's a great idea. So again, we'll write this down, but if you all have any of those types of ideas or anything that we can look into, that's what the point of the task force is to just try to push as much as we can with our city council, county government, and legislative. Yes, ma'am. It should have been in September 1st, it should be effective. It changed also the criminal, the penal code, so I have to look into that. So let me look into that and I can get back to you with the break. Okay? All right. Thank you all. Y'all have a good morning. Thank you for being here.
Hey, I gotta say, I love the pink. You are gonna be easy to find all day. That's great. All right, well, thank you. And I don't know that I ever said my name. I'm Byron Cortez. I get to be your MC again this year. I think everyone else on the committee is afraid of a microphone, so I'm not. Just like Ann Cortez, also, by the way, a social worker, right? MSW, yay. All the social workers in the room say, holla. What do we say? Yeah, we're stupid, right? We don't even have a call. So I'm fighting some allergies and tested 400 times for probably a dozen for COVID. It's not second round of antibiotics. So if you hear me coughing, I promise I'm okay. So I get the distinct pleasure to introduce our first presenter, Dr. David Miramontes. He's the medical director for the San Antonio Fire Department. He is going to present on recognizing and responding to elder abuse. Dr. Miramontes also, when I was reading your bio and your CV, so I'm going to summarize because we'd be here all day. Started as a volunteer firefighter and EMT while still in high school. Gosh, I worked at like a restaurant. So worked a total of 10 years as a registered nurse in the ER and ICU, mobile intensive care nurse, received his BS in physiology at UC Davis, Medical College of Ohio, emergency medicine residency, St. Vincent Mercy Medical Center in Toledo. As a Buckeye, I'm from Cincinnati, yay. He was also a life flight physician. He was the EMS director for the City of Toledo Fire Department and 18 rural and suburban agencies. He assumed command as the assistant fire chief and medical director for District of Columbia Fire Department in Washington, D.C. from 2011 to 14, and he currently serves as the EMS medical director for the San Antonio Fire Department, and we're honored to have you here. So thank you very much, Dr. Miramontes. Let you speak. Thank you. And they can't hear you unless you.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So we're gonna have a conversation. So the slides aren't working right now, but so we'll start. I'm Dr. Dave Miramontes. I'm the medical director of the San Antonio Fire Department. I have the pleasure to serve and help my 1,800 providers take care of patients every day. We have about 600 calls of service a day on the worst day of their life. And our paramedics respond. And so we have really two different kinds of responses. So we have the 911 response that you see on the news. And then we have the other response. Byron, stand up. Yep. So if you see somebody in that shirt, the royal blue shirt, those are special paramedics. That's my crack team. You can sit down, it's okay. That's my mobile integrated health system. So my mobile integrated health paramedics, their job is actually the opposite of what a 911 paramedic is. Their job is to keep people off the street, out of the hospital, and not to call 911. So, got it? Oh, okay, great, thanks. And so I want you to recognize, if you see the royal blue shirt, it's okay to talk to them because we're all one big family here that's taking care of our elderly folks. And I want to start with, the closer I get to 65, the term elderly gets higher and higher. So I'm 6 years from 65. And I want to say that 80 is the new 60. No, seriously, think about the patients we are taking care of, our clients we serve. They're more mobile, they're more, their health is better compared to what after World War II or even in the 60s. So 80 is the new 60. And as you've heard before, our elderly population is growing by the day, which means as caregivers, as protectors, as responders, our job is going to get busier. So I'm going to talk today, we're going to have a little conversation about elder abuse. And the reason I say conversation is because the number one way that you're going to pick up something's going on is through a relationship, a conversation, and what you see with that client over time. That's how we pick up the very subtle changes that can occur in an elderly person's life that may clue us that they need more services. They may need protection. They may need a different living environment, or they may need something simple like a urinal or a bedside commode or a walker or a new set of teeth so that they can eat better, or new glasses or cataract surgery. So we, as the protectors, as the advocates for our patients, we need to get into a conversation and a relationship. I'll tell you, the biggest advocates for our population are Meals on Wheels folks. They see the patient every day. They know, ooh, Joe's not dressed like he usually is. He's not talking to me. So we have to promote this, see something, say something, not so we can get people in trouble unless they deserve it, but usually it's, we can get them services. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the physical elder abuse stuff. Disclosure, I am a paid consultant to Purdue Pharma, and actually I teach harm reduction. So I beat them up for the opioid crisis that they caused. So it's a great, actually, thing that I get to do. But I have no conflicts for this presentation. So geriatric basics. So as we age, of course, we have a little frame damage, right? We're getting older, things change. Our skin is a little bit thinner. We have less fat stores. We may be a little bit more fragile. The other thing to understand is the older you get, the more meds you end up taking, right? And so those medications could have some serious consequences. For example, a lot of folks are on aspirin to prevent heart issues. They're on anticoagulants for stroke risk prophylaxis, because they have an irregular heartbeat. So these have great impacts on wounds and bleeding. And so, if I trip on this step and fall, I might get a little scrape on my arm and I'm good to go. But if you're on these blood thinners, let me tell you, that's going to leave a mark. Okay. And it's sometimes hard to figure out, is this a fall? Is it an incidental injury? Is it abuse? So you have to have the conversation. You have to have the relationship to try and tease out what really happened. And they're very subtle things that can clue you that there's something else going on besides a simple fall. We talked about vision impairment. So as we get older, we actually have to use reading glasses. My wife is struggling with this to no end. She's in her 40s. She's losing her mind because she now has to use reading glasses. And these are a big adjustment for many of our elderly as well. They also can have rather significant issues with their vision that can lead to negative outcomes. Glaucoma, macular degeneration, cataracts. Cataracts is a clouding of the cornea that occurs as we age. And it's a very simple surgery. It's not a big deal. If you're eligible for health insurance on Medicare or Medicaid, it's no out of pocket, basically. And a very simple life-changing event that can, instead of looking through a glass of milk, they can now see clearly. And when they put the new lens in, they can now read, see TV, and see their phone, which may be life-changing for some of these elderly. So if you see those visual deficits or think that's happening, we need to get them referred in for proper care at the ophthalmology office. Hearing loss. So that is another part of the aging process. And hearing loss is a real deficit to many of our elders. So they can't hear the TV, they can't hear the doorbell, they can't hear a smoke alarm that's going off in their house. And so it can lead to some rather significant morbidity and mortality. Again, Hearing aids are a wonderful addition. They're now available over the counter. And if patients have severe hearing loss, cochlear implants are available now that are even covered by Medicare. So if you have a problem with hearing, we invite you to get those patients referred into audiology for those types of therapies. Can be life-changing. My father-in-law, he's 74. So couldn't hear a damn thing, right? I got his one ear's gone, the other ear is bad. I mean, it was terrible. So think about that. He can't use his phone. So people are calling him for appointments and, hey, how you doing? Couldn't answer his phone because he didn't hear it. Me spending $400 to get one hearing aid was life-changing in our family. My wife's stress level went way down because now we could talk to him in a civil tone at the dinner table. You'd answer his phone. And now he's self-sufficient. Before I had to make all his doctor's appointments because you couldn't answer the phone. Now it's like, go ahead. So I think hearing is a big issue that we need to address. Dental issues. So dentistry is not covered under most Medicare supplement programs. Some of them they are, but the teeth is a big deal. So you see all the food out there, those fresh fruits and vegetables and all those wonderful meats that are being offered to our clients in the community. You ain't got teeth, you can't chew them. So what are these folks eating? Carbs, not vegetables, not meat. They're eating a lot of foods that are protein, not protein dense. And so unfortunately, that's exacerbating some of their healthcare issues, for example, diabetes. Because they can't eat proper foodstuffs because they don't have any teeth. Those resources are available in the community. UT Dental, for example, we have payment plans and they have ability to take care of patients for all the whole range of their dental needs. So don't underestimate, losing a pair of dentures can be a life-altering event for one of our clients because then they can't eat healthy foods. And then their diabetes gets worse. They're eating foods that they probably shouldn't, and they're getting sicker. Mobility limitations. So as we age, we get a little crunchy and things crack and groan as we move, right? And it may make us more prone to falls. Again, there are resources available, assistive aids, walkers, canes, things like that. Bedside commodes, so you don't have to walk all the way down to all the bathroom. A urinal, so in the middle of the night, you can do your business without having to walk through a dimly lit hallway and prevent that fall. I want you to know that fall prevention is a huge, huge deal. The morbidity mortality from someone breaking a hip at 2 years is like 40%. And the chances are, if you break a hip or break a major bone of your leg or hip, that your chances of going back to your same level of functioning are very small. You may have to go back with more assistance in the home, or God forbid, you have to go to assisted living or a nursing home. So fall prevention, again, is a key element as you go through their patient's house, looking for those fall risks. Throw rugs, cords, that step ladder, if you find one, hide it somewhere. Okay, that little 2-foot step ladder, so abuela can get the crock pot from the top shelf of the kitchen. That is a death sentence for many of our elderly patients. So if you find them, hide them or get rid of them with the client's permission. So fall risk is a huge thing. And then when we have patients that we interact with, was this a fall? Was this a push? Was this elder abuse? And a lot of times you can't make that up. You can't figure that out with one visit. It may take a relationship, a conversation, a building of trust, so then that elder can disclose, or you may get collateral information to help with that discussion. As an emergency physician, I'm going to tell you, I have a zero tolerance for getting x-rays. So as we age, especially postmenopausal women, we start losing bone density year after year after year. That makes our bones very fragile. I'm going to tell you, my mother was 82 years old. She sneezed and broke 3 ribs. She's had 4 major fractures despite all of our interventions and medical care. Okay. So it is not uncommon that we pick up fractures incidentally. If I have someone in my ER, they're going to get radiated. I'm going to tell you that right now, because we pick up so many hidden injuries that the client or the patient doesn't even know they have. Yeah, it kind of hurts a little bit. Well, you got 4 rib fractures. That's what hurts. Okay. So you need to be have a low threshold. If you see something, say something, do something, get them evaluated in the medical system. So I want to get my next slide. Okay. So I'm not going to focus on the financial or the sexual, because sexual abuse, that's a crime, right? That's our law enforcement, APS folks are going to work that. Financial, you're going to hear a bunch of stuff about that today. But what I really want to talk about is the physical, emotional, and abandonment neglect side of the spectrum. And the last one is we have an aging population. The abandonment and neglect issues are going to be a big part of the hard work that we have to do, not only for our frontline workers, EMS and fire and police, but also on the other end, the legal side, getting these patients placed in an appropriate environment where they can thrive. So as we age, especially over in the later 80s, 30% of the clients are going to need assistance with their daily activities. That's simple things like bathing, dressing, food, and housekeeping. And as our population ages, we're going to need to have more patients that need to get moved into the next higher level of care or provide those services in their home, which I think is going to be a big part of what our future is. Doing more in the home to keep them at home in their natural environment as best we can. And that takes a lot of work, takes some finances, perhaps, that aren't covered by our current insurance agencies. And it's going to take our legal system sometimes to nudge the client into a higher level of care, whether it be a personal care home, group home, assisted living, or, God forbid, a skilled nursing facility. So what are the risk factors? So we talked about age over 80. That's a big one. Okay. As we age, we're going to need more and more services. And that makes them more and more vulnerable to abuse and neglect. And they might not even know that they're neglecting themselves because they're not looking at what's happening to them. They can't see, hear, or feel these changes that have occurred over a period of 8 to 10 times. And for us who come in from the outside, we go, "Ooh, she's not walking very well, and her diet sucks, and there's nothing in the refrigerator, and we've got all these fall risks." But these clients don't see that. So we have to be their advocates. We have to be the eyes and ears of reason, and sometimes to nudge them to get these other services. And age over 80 seems to be a big one. Another high risk factor is, again, as our clients and patients age, they're going to need more assistance in the home. And I'm going to tell you, a big risk factor is family members who are the caregivers, but are really depending on that elderly person for housing, financial support, food, etc. The quote, taking advantage of grandma in order to get through the day. And if those care providers have a criminal record, using drugs, unfortunately, they're dependent on narcotics, that really raises the risk of abuse in the home. So that's why we have to screen. We have to make sure our caregivers are bonded, licensed, or at least from reputable agencies. And if they're family members that are providing that care, we have to be on our guard to make sure that that's the right person to provide that care and that that person is not being exploited. Women greater than men have a higher risk, and that's because they're more passive in many cases, especially this generation, the post-World War II generation, and they may defer. And also, there's more women alive than men, because women outlive men, especially in the older age frames, because of the protective effect of estrogen while they were earlier, so they don't have as much heart disease, et cetera, as men do. And if they have poor physical or mental health, especially dementia, and as the judge was talking about, dementia is a waxing, waning, good day, good minute, bad minute type thing. And so, again, developing that relationship, that conversation, kind of stressing them a little bit to see where they go. We can try and see what's going on with their mental status. And these are really tricky things to get guardianship, for example. It's a huge lift, especially if they don't have the financial resources to pay for private counsel. It can be done, but it's tough. And it takes us as advocates for our clients to make sure that happens. And elders who live by themselves. So there's no guardrails. There's not somebody in the house there that says, you're not doing so good today. And they may not be discovered for days after they've fallen, for example. We see that unfortunately a lot in the 911 system. So again, having relationships, building safeguards, neighbors, friends, family, church, synagogue, temple, having those Meals on Wheels. One of the big advantages of having seniors signed up for that is someone sees them every day, right? So we have a double check that Joe's up and about and he's there getting his meal. So those are all big risk factor for abuse. So what are our physical things that we can see? So we're looking for injuries that don't match what they tell us or that we've been told. You're looking for unusual pain just from a light touch. Good morning, sir. How you doing? Oh, ouch. Right? He has a broken wrist from his ground level fall, and he fell on an outstretched hand. We call that a foosh, fell on an outstretched hand. And so those simple things can pick up that we have a problem. Is it a fall or was he twisted in the elder abuse situation? Sometimes hard to tell. Soiled clothing or bedding, they're not taking care of themselves. This is a sign of neglect, either from a caregiver or from the patient themselves. A lot of times we see this. They don't have the wherewithal. They can't smell themselves. Let's just put it that way, right? We walk in, we go, ooh, he's ripe, right? But the client's nose has been acclimated to that odorous overflow, but we pick it up right away. So seeing those things can be a sign that we have something wrong in their ability to care for themselves or somebody who's caring for them. Unkept living areas. So this is not only a sign, it is also a risk. So those dang, I say stronger words, throw rugs that are on everywhere in elderly houses. Gotta go. Okay, that is a huge fall risk. And if they absolutely have to have that rug that they got from wherever, make sure it's taped down to the floor with double sticky tape so it's not coming up. But unkept housing in the areas, again, is a sign that they may need some help. And remember, calling APS doesn't mean that we're coming out with handcuffs and going to rip you out of your house. That may be, we're going to provide some services. Get a care provider, do a cleanup, maybe facilitate movement to assisted living or up a level of care. So these are all signs. Lack of food, water, utilities. If I go to a 911 call on an elderly patient, I'm looking at what my medics are doing because that's what I'm there for, and making sure they're doing what they're supposed to. But I'm also looking around. Byron's shaking his head because he knows I do this. I go look in the refrigerator. I go push the button on the smoke alarm, make sure it works. And I look at their bathroom and I look at all the terrible things that can cause falls, throw rugs, that step stool of death, right? I look at steps. I look at do they need a walker? I look at how their furniture is arranged, things like that. You know, in some of these 1930s, 1940s, post-World War II houses, the bathrooms, the door is like this big, right? Because we were smaller back then. Okay, we're a little muy largo these days, right? And so, unfortunately, the housing that the patients may live in don't fit what they look like now. Okay, and then a big one is unusual weight loss. So we talked about a lot of things that can cause this. Protein gallery malnutrition in the elderly is a big deal. It may be financial resources. They don't have someone that can go to the store for them, right? There's not an H-E-B in every corner, right? But they may be going down to the carryout or the Dollar General to get chips, snacks, and such that don't really have a lot of nutritional value. Their teeth may be bad, so they may have to blenderize foods. They may have to drink the protein drinks, right? And all of that stuff is not exactly cheap, right? So protein calorie malnutrition is a big deal. There are other options for nutrition, soft foods, blenderizing, more liquid nutritionist supplements for that protein, etc. Those are all things. But if you have a relationship with a neighbor, a friend, a caregiver, a client, and you notice that their pants are getting a little saggy, that probably, and they keep pulling up their drawers because their pants are now 4 sizes too big. That might be a sign of some serious issues with this client, health, nutrition, and their well-being. So that should be evaluated. And that's one of the questions I ask family members too when I'm involved. Have they had an unusual loss of weight in the last year? And again, that is a big risk factor for falls because it's not just fat they've lost, that's muscle, and the muscle weakness that can be that can happen from that can then lead them to a fall, okay, especially if they're not active. So what are we looking for? We're looking for black eyes, bruising. We're looking for injuries that don't make defensive wounds. Backside of the arm, okay? Any kind of trauma to their back, butt, or the back of their legs, you don't usually get that from falls. That's from getting hit. So we want to look out for those things. We want to look for broken bones, skull fractures in the ER. We do see a lot of incidental fractures. I go, hey, you know, you broke your wrist? They go, nope, don't know anything about it. It's been a little sore. They're doing this. The wrist. It's like, yep, that's broke. You probably shouldn't do that. Let me put a splint on it. So we do pick up a lot of incidental fractures in the emergency department and in our EMS agencies when we get there. Open wounds. So wound care is a big deal. Again, with protein calorie malnutrition, wounds don't heal very well. So in San Antonio, we have the triple, right? Hypertension, diabetes, obesity. That's the triple threat. And with our tortilla-based carb diet that we have, generally speaking, in San Antonio, that exacerbates all 3 of those things. Okay. So again, wounds don't heal well unless you have an adequate nutrition, adequate wound care, and that we're able to take care of them. Some of these wounds in diabetics will never heal. Our goal is to prevent them from progressing. And we actually have a lot of resources available to make that happen. Broken eyeglasses. So those people that are wearing glasses, you woke up this morning, what's the first thing you did on the nightstand before you looked at your watch or your phone? Put your glasses on. Why? Because you can't see a damn thing, right? So a senior without glasses, that's a big deal. They can't read, they can't open the mail, they can't do this, they can't see TV maybe. So that is also a sign of abuse. How long have your glasses been broken? Oh, a couple months, right? Maybe that caregiver is purposely not getting those glasses fixed so they can exploit them because they can't read their mail, can't look at their checkbook, etc. Okay, you've heard this before. Let me just write that check out for you because I know you can't see, right? And you just sign here. So you'll hear more about that later on. We see a lot of over medication sometimes. And this is a big thrust in the nursing home division of HHS, is looking for over medicating patients, especially those who are in custodial care. Reason why that's a big deal, use of the antipsychotics, the benzos, etc., that makes them sleepy and makes them more prone to falls. It also makes them more prone to pneumonias and other consequences. So over medication is sometimes a big deal. I saw this yesterday. I had a patient who had lost a bunch of weight because they're in a care situation and they were eating well, not the stuff they usually eat. So he actually was good that they was losing some extra calorie weight, and his sugar kept falling and falling, falling. And because he was on all these diabetes medicines that he didn't need anymore because he's eating better, he's exercising, he's in good care. So he didn't need all those medications anymore. And unfortunately, his medications didn't get adjusted appropriately. So we got him in with his primary care physician. We adjusted all his meds, stopped taking insulin. He's only on 1 diabetic pill instead of 3, and now he's doing better. So just because you get prescribed a medication doesn't mean that you need to take it for life. There may need to be some adjustments, and we see that a lot in our elderly population. But sometimes we have caregivers that are giving, especially we got, Judge Vasquez was talking about the dementia. And sometimes it's easier to slip them a little pill in the applesauce to make your day go a little easier. Just saying. And sometimes patients need it, but sometimes they don't. So that's another issue. And we already talked about malnutrition and weight loss. Big driver of poor health in our elderly population. And sometimes it's hard. Some of our elderly population are pretty stuck on eating the same food they've grown up on, right? A carb-based diet, and getting them to eat meats or protein sources can be a challenge to some of these. They can't afford it, they can't chew it, it's not what they like. So you have to do innovative things to try and get more protein and more nutrition in the foods that they eat. So behavioral clues, I've told you that we need to have a conversation, we need to have a relationship, we need to have eyes on the game so that we pick up these issues on our clients that we interact with. So new changes in mood or social interaction. So Joe is always, he's at noon, he's waiting outside on his porch, waiting for his Meals on Wheels person to bring him his hot food and his frozen food for later. He's always impeccably dressed with a collared shirt and a jacket. He has his shoes on, he's impeccably dressed, shaven, and his hair is slicked back, and he looks like he normally, that's what his normal look is. On the other hand, the Meals on Wheels worker noticed that he's still in his pajamas. He's in chanclas, not shaven, hair's all blue, right? And he's just not himself. He doesn't greet them like they normally do with a handshake and hello. Instead, he just opens the door and says, "You got my food? Thank you." Close. That change is a red flag. Is it abuse? Is it depression? Is it the mental status state? Is it the onset of dementia? Tough to tell, but it's a change. And the workup of an elderly patient with an altered mental status is huge. So if you see something, say something, do something to see what's going on. Depression in the elderly is very much often underreported and undertreated because it's subtle and it may occur over time until it's too late. And then they use the firearm as their home and they end their life prematurely. So we need to make sure that we're looking on the lookout, having a conversation, developing those relationships, asking friends and neighbors and family members if something's different so that we can intervene and hopefully make a change in this person's mental health. Or maybe it's abuse that's causing the sudden change behavior. So we talked about confusion, easily distracted, anxious, forgetfulness. Is this a urinary tract infection that happened this week? In the elderly, they can go bonkers from just a simple UTI. See it all the time. So is it something medical? Is there sugar up? Or is this something else? Is this dementia? Is it depression? Is it, God forbid, Alzheimer's? And we're just seeing the effect. So we need to make sure that we're on deck and we're watching, listening, having a relationship with these members. And so when we see something different, we can intervene and getting them to the right care. It doesn't have to be the emergency room, call 911. It could be getting them into the primary care physician clinic or getting behavioral health out to the house if they're not mobile. Look for conflicting statements or changing stories. This, you were there earlier in the week and you said, "Oh yeah, I fell on the back steps. That's why I got all these bruises right here." And then this time he says, "Oh yeah, I was out in the yard I was up in the tree cutting limbs and I fell." Those are two very different things. It's the same bruise we're talking about with two different stories. Red flag. Those are all red flags. And then sudden financial distress. We'll talk about this later on in this program, but that's another sign that something's not right. Is it their medications are suddenly more expensive? They're buying, their neighbors buying food and taking a little something, something on the side from the change. What is going on with that? So if you see that, say something, figure it out, and we'll try and see that as an issue. So what we need to do is make sure. So you gotta look at their caregivers. So is the caregiver preventing the client from talking? Client's back or he's sleeping. That's one thing the last week. You know what, I gotta take a look and see what's going on, right? Those are louder, trying to, the people out in Zoom land. In fact, I have a Batman voice screen. So another clue is that the client doesn't have their phone. And so those are things to keep in mind. And we can pick that up in the world is go to pick up meds, and the client has to the caregiver from their money to pay for the meds, to pay for the Amazon or whatever. So those are all things that we can hopefully try and intervene with early. We talked about unusual gifts property going from the client to the caregiver. Another big clue that there's something going on. And then you observe anger and frustration with the caregiver from the client. That could be a red flag. Maybe they need rest. Maybe that family member who's taking care of the client needs rest. Maybe they need a week off because they've been doing this night and day with the dementia patient. They haven't had sleep in 5 weeks. So maybe that's a clue that we need to intervene. Maybe do something a little different. Do they need resident services? Do they need more care providers during the day? Do they need to go to programming like a probate care or a senior center to give that family caregiver a break in the process? So we need to look out for distress for caregivers early so that we can then prevent any kind of abuse that may happen in the future. And then remember, keep up close eye for family members that are dependent on the housing of the income of the client. Byron and I have had this many times. When we have a client that actually wants to go into a higher level of care, a skilled nursing facility, or whatever. That means that Social Security check is not coming into the house. And that means the rent's not going to get paid anymore, or utilities are not going to get paid anymore because of when that's happened to skilled nursing. And so barriers start going up. Oh, I don't want her to leave the house. She doesn't want to leave the house. And that may not be what's best for the client. So keep an eye out for that. So red flags. Patient appears dirty, hydrated, under medicated, or over medicated, in this case may be, right? Bed sores, other preventable conditions like they have unusual injuries from falls don't make sense. Recent changes in banking and spending, like we talked about. And our responsibility this week, the judge actually said it, and our director earlier, is everyone in this room has the legal obligation to report to Texas. Now, I can tell you, my paramedics and firefighters, they blow up that hotline and that line phone daily, ask APS people. We're here, customers. And that's what they should do. When I'm on call and I hear something weird, I might say, okay, it's okay to stay home for now, but go ahead and put APS reporting. Okay. So we are all mandatory reporters in this state, which is not true. You go to another state. So you see something, you think something, say something, and we need to have different sets of eyes. And perhaps there's somebody else out there in the community that has had a relationship or conversation with the client is able to pick up some changes that there's something really, really wrong. And then anyone we know we can tell everyone, real folks, volunteers, people from the church, clergy, etc., that they're immune from civil and criminal liability if they're reporting good faith. Okay, and our APS folks do a really good job. They're overworked, underpaid. Sometimes we have some new caseworkers that really get given a really rough caseload, but they really do a good job. And so we need to make sure we understand. And if we make this up in a nursing home, care facility, or custodial home, then HHS has been involved as well. I'm going to tell you, I report nursing homes regularly for issues that come up. I discover patients not be treated well in a nursing home. I reach out to that nursing home first, I don't get resolution, I'm making a phone call and an email. And hopefully they're going to be inspecting background and see if there's any institutional issues that may have led to that client's decline. It's easy. Click, type, or call. It's not. And again, our guys and gals in the fire service do this a lot. Okay, so please, it would be great for our police officers if you had on your NDT or your report where you could go click route report to APS. Wouldn't that be cool? Click and all that stuff you already wrote for your report that you wanted to call. Just went to APS. Wouldn't that be cool? Would it be cool if my firefighters and paramedics go click, boom, fax goes to someplace where you got all the juicy information that my paramedics found out about the patient, and we can help with that communication. So we'll work with that one. So that's my message. I'm welcome for questions and conversations, because it's about the conversation with our elder folks, the conversation, relationship. If you see something, say something, because it may not be what it seems. Hopefully we're hoping for the best. It's just something simple. Sometimes it's so questions. Oh, my hands I can raise so big. Sure. I can answer my own email. You're not awake yet. Our operators back there, our police officers, they might get a question or something.
I have one.
Good, go.
The unkept areas, that includes the hoarding, some of these, elderly do.
Yeah, hoarding is a multi-departmental matter. So in Texas, your home is your castle, right? And you have, it's really tough to do that. You have to control, convince, you want to let's clean up this room at least. Like hoarding is a problem. Now, if it's their own private residence, that's even harder. If they're in a community environment, it's different, because then that hoarding is in back. Other apartments, other folks in the community. But that takes all the human sources, all the human. And sometimes we can't even do that. But it's fire hazard. We have homes and we've been in, or we catch on fire, they're not going in because we won't be able to come out. Right? We won't be able to rescue that carrier, that client, because stuff will fall on top of us. It happens. You have fires where Oregon, we've lost individuals because we couldn't effect rescue and couldn't get any better. Because the house, the stuff was falling on top of us as you're trying to go in the windows. Hoarding is a huge issue. And that's a sign of a combination of mental health, behavioral health issues, substance abuse, dementia, transaction, and it's unfortunately a very common problem. Yeah, see something, say something, you have a team that tries to help the client as best as possible. I know it gets some cleanups and some more cleanups. It would be the client loves a student, if the client loves a student, right? And so we have to develop that relationship with them, trying to work with them, trying to mitigate. Even if it's we clean up the front room, and they have a couch, a bed, and a TV, when these, they have one space, it's not gonna kill them or us as they walk. Good question. In the back.
Like, mine that was like a unique situation and an unusual situation, and small.
Something you repeat the question, or is online? Yeah, so the question is, can you give us an example of a unique or challenging patient we did here? So our MIH team, we deal with high volume utilizers. These are patients, these are our gold star members, right? They're all in that one. And I can remember a case of an OB in the 90s, bedbound. His grandson was living there and was a caregiver, quote unquote. There was actually drugs being dealt in the house. And this client was declining rapidly over a period of months. And beds, spurs, wounds, we weren't, meds probably weren't being given. We were getting phone calls all through for 911 calls for her. She's sick, she's not well. And then when she gets to the hospital, there's no family there. Like, and so then it's a cycle of get in the hospital, get fixed up, gets discharged from school nursing facility, goes back to the same environment, and the cycle continues. And so that intervention needed a lot of people, fire, police, APS. There was financial issues that had to dig into. You have to get the payee changed from the family member to a guardian, a item, into one to probate. And then the patient was then finally removed from all and placed on a skilled nursing facility, which actually thrived. So they will interact with other members of the skilled nursing facility, she gained weight, her health improved, and the grandson ended up in the judicial system for other reasons. But that is an example of how we can leverage. That didn't happen like that. These things sometimes take weeks, months, a year, especially if you have to use the court as part of the guardian process. That could get really delayed. That's very frustrating for our frontline folks who are dealing with this client. The firefighters that see that person every third day, they're on shift, the police officer called for emergency detention for 5 million times. The guest worker is trying to work the magic for an emergency removal order. And then sometimes the best thing they can have at a patient is to up in the hospital. It's sad to say that, but sometimes that is the best intervention to get that person navigated in a different direction. You get all the legal and psychosocial support systems lined up. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes it don't. But you do the best you can to go along the process. And you all know the bureaucratic barriers we have, removals, the guardianship, change the banking. They may not be insured, they're documented, so they can get Medicare, Medicaid, for example. So all of those things can be a real challenge for clients. We have to make sure we're on our guard, looking, having a conversation, developing a relationship, and either being with you. Great. One over here.
I don't necessarily have a question, but I know Dr. Miramontes, you were talking about guardianship and the process. So there is a process in the probate court that's called 1102 process. It's a form online. So let's just say you come in to contact, it could be a neighbor, it could be a family member, whoever it is, and you think that you suspect that they may be in need of a guardianship. You can file that form with the court. The court then appoints either a court investigator or the guardian ad litem to go do an investigation to see if they actually do need a guardian. At that point, typically when we appoint a guardian ad litem, they're an attorney. So the attorney will come back and say, yes, I believe that this person needs a guardianship. They then file the application. And if the person is indigent, the county has to pay for all of that. The issue that we have though is finding, let's just say that they do say, okay, yes, this person needs a guardian. We're going to go through the application process, right? Is finding a guardian for that person. Sometimes there's a family member that they can actually, after they do an investigation, they can find a family member that'll step up to be the guardian. Sometimes we have to go through a private professional guardian. Sometimes it might be the Barrett County Guardianship Program. But don't let the indigency of that person stop you from filing that form, because Barrett County, we will pay for the process if they're indigent. And sometimes maybe you think that they're indigent, but they're not. Once the guardian ad litem actually does an investigation, they might find an account out there. They might find some monies out there that will be able to pay for the actual guardianship for that person, getting a private professional guardian who will then spend down in order to qualify them for services, Medicaid, whatever it may be. So again, it's an 1102 It's on the probate court's website, and if you don't remember what it is, all you have to do is call our court and we will help you through the process. Just want to let you know that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your help.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you so much. Dr. Miramontes, I just moved my daughter to London in September for grad school. And in every public transportation, they say, see something, say something, and then sort it. See it, say it, sort it. So APS or our probate courts will sort it. So I love that. I do like the reporting. I just wanted to remind our law enforcement, if you signed up for TCOL, you got this handy dandy little notepad, and it has a special law enforcement hotline number. So while you don't have that quick fax number, you do have a 1-800 number that you can call quickly and not have to go through the regular, not that the regular one's even hard, but you do have a special number for law enforcement. So with that, we have a short break. So we have about 15 minutes. So if you can't finish off the tacos, I will. But be back here in 15 minutes. Bathrooms out to the left. 15 years as an attorney. I'm not repeating all that. You're just gonna have to get over it. He's now with Shipp, Ecke. It sounds like shipwreck. Has anybody ever said that to you? Shipp, Ecke, PLLC, a small San Antonio firm that practices personal injury and probate litigation in Barrett County, in a beautiful old house, the office. Part-time associate judge in the civil mental health court, deciding 72-hour probable cause hearings and related matters, appointed by Judge Kazin, who's not here, by the way, right? The better judge is here. So previously, Barrett, don't tell Judge Kazin I said that. Previously, Barrett was a partner in a boutique probate and fiduciary litigation firm in San Antonio. And before that, he was a felony prosecutor with the Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office, working in the appellate division. And I even wrote a note here, go Pokes. All right, well, with that, we'll let you, pistols firing, we'll let you speak. Thanks, Barrett. See you.
Y'all are very sweet to have me. Thank you for having me. I'm looking around in the audience going, well, they would do a better job at this than me. So, and then I continued to see people that would have done a better job than me. So thanks a lot for really stacking the audience with qualified speakers. Hopefully you'll have great questions. A little bit on my background. Yes, I was at the DA's office for a couple of years, did some appellate law, and frequently had calls from families and attorneys in private practice to say, look, this is what's going on in the house. What do we do about it? We want to file a complaint with the DA's office, and we don't know what to do. And one of my knee-jerk responses is, have you filed an APS report? And that's really going to be the first stage. A lot of times, it may be the first people on the scene that are going to see this undue influence. And what we know about undue influence is that it is very subtle and takes place over years. But y'all are going to be the first responders when you get out there, and you're going to see something is going on. The situation has changed, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. It's nice to see Judge Vasquez. I pull a plug for a bill that she helped shepherd through after several years of languishing at the State House that was passed and effective this most recent September 1, relating to vulnerable adults and people saying, well, it was a gift or it was a loan, and how do we do with that as later practitioners or first responders, APS caseworkers. The law is clear now that there is a presumption that it was not a gift, and that they really need to be explaining what is going on the financial side when you have a hint of elder abuse, financial exploitation, those types of things. First, as always with definitions, this is from the APS dictionary, and it says that undue influence is the improper use of power or trust in a way that deprives a person of free will and substitutes another person's objective for that person. This is really the Black's Law Dictionary definition as well. This is a definition that makes perfect sense. And of course, lawyers are not satisfied with that. So we are going to do what we always do, which is break something down into 3 elements, which we've done here. In the trust context, in the probate context, what we're talking about with undue influence is this definition, which I find to be a little difficult to deal with. First, it says undue influence, and this is from the context. The Rothermel v. Duncan case is a will contest case that was decided by the Supreme Court of Texas in 1963, that really kind of took this this concept and codified it, or at least, you know, we have case law now, common law, that says what undue influence is as it relates to a will. So when you see testator, you see a person that has created a will. But for our purposes today, what lawyers and judges are looking at afterwards is whatever the person is doing, be it a deed, be it a transaction at a bank, some type of private transaction with money, wire transfers, things like that. You can substitute just the client from the APS definition for testator here, but it says the existence and exercise of an influence, and then upon the testator, which is operated to subvert or overpower the testator's mind at the time the will was executed or the other transaction. And that execution, that document or whatever happened, would not have occurred but for the undue influence. Again, I find that to be, you know, kind of a, you know it when you see it thing, which is not helpful to people on the front end. But this is what lawyers are dealing with when we're talking about the elements in front of our judges, and when we're talking to our clients and reviewing a situation and preparing our cases. From an adult protective services standpoint, you're going to be called out and be invited to a situation. It might be because of a bank referral or there's some interesting transactions going on. It might be, hey, family hasn't been able to get in to see mom, dad, aunt, uncle. We're going to talk a little bit about some of those situations where we see undue influence happening, or that people are more vulnerable to undue influence. But one of the key takeaways for today is, since you will probably be on the vanguard of people seeing this, recognizing the red flags, going with your gut, and if you are just documenting the explanation, if you can't get it from the client, if you're talking to the alleged perpetrator, trying to get some objectively, trying to verify some of the information that's been given to you, one, to document the explanation, but also, if you have time and your investigation calls for it, go outside that as you do, I think, as standard practice, to talk to family, to talk about recent changes in financial, who's in control, who has a debit card linked to that account. In terms of war stories, I'm looking at attorneys that I've worked with in cases where, and I know Ms. Hammonds has cases where we get calls, family is out of state, but we've been linked to the account and we're seeing some very unusual transactions. I've had calls, and for a lowly state lawyer that handles probate matters, when the FBI is calling you, that's not a typical call that I get in my private practice, saying we're seeing gross numbers of liquidation of assets that have been long held, that are out of the ordinary, unusual. It seems like other people are in control, going to other accounts that have nothing to do with the principal or the owner of the accounts. One thing I will say that a lot of people conflate on bank accounts is when someone is added to that account, I see a lot of civilians talk about, well, I was added to the account, so I'm now a co-owner. And that is not the law. The law in the finance code, and the questions that will be asked later is, the finance code says that if you're added to an account and you have privileges to access that account, the bank is not liable if you come in and withdraw everything. It does not mean that it's your money. It means that the bank is not going to be pulled into this transaction and be held liable for allowing this person that has been added to the account. So many people get that wrong. So many lawyers get that wrong. And I have to admit, it took me a couple of years to finally hit that, for that to hit me in the face, to understand that. But for lawyers in private practice, or for you investigating the case, it's important that you understand, and I'm sure most of y'all know this pretty well, and that maybe the lawyers are having a difficult time with it. This is that person's money. You've been added as a convenience signer to help pay bills, things like that. You only own money in that account to the amount that you've made deposits into that account. So that's usually one of the questions I'm going to ask, is to say, well, you said that you were providing this life for mom. Tell me how you were providing that life, and not mom providing a life for herself that you were on the coattails of. So ask for deposits and say, well, why were you under the, taking that transaction when it's not entirely clear that they understand that this is mom's money. This is dad's money. Of course, lawyers are not even satisfied with this should be 1, 2, 3, but of the 3 elements, I'm just making sure y'all can catch all my typos. So lawyers are going to find that Black's Law Dictionary is not going to help. 3 elements, we're not done yet. We're going to keep going, and we're going to develop a 10-factor test, which is, this is just the proliferation of lawyers, that talks about some of the factors and conditions that we're looking at when evaluating whether or not undue influence has happened. I don't know. These seem to be commonsensical in one way. What's the relationship? How long have they known each other? Is there other family coming in and out of the situation, or other trusted people that, is there an air of transparency, or is there an air of, we're closing down, we're battening down the hatches, we're not letting maybe a longtime trusted family member or friend now come to those doctor's appointments, go see and meet with the lawyers, meet with the client. When we see those kind of changes, we need to know that those are red flags, and that this is a situation where, unlike in other cases where there's smoke, you need to be looking for fire. Okay. And the reality is, you will rarely see the fire in undue influence cases, particularly if you're on the vanguard, if you're a first responder. You will just see the smoke, and it will be later for the guardianship court, for the families to duke it out in guardianship court, whether that's litigation or even probate litigation, for the full story to really come to the front, because you're not going to have maybe client permission or client access to those third-party documents or explanations from the banks as to what's going on. You're just going to have kind of the self-reporting of the client and maybe the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator. So these are the factors that we're looking at later in the courts, but I think there also can be some assistance to you on the front lines, because this is the legal test that we're looking at. Like I said, we're not satisfied, so we have 5 more factors. I think in the APS dictionary, there's a discussion, and I think it's in the slides here, that undue influence does not require mental incapacity, and vice versa is also true. From my personal experience, there is typically a capacity question when it relates to undue influence, and whether that's mental or perhaps like a physical dependence, like she's not getting around like she used to. We're relying on this person to get to doctor's appointments, to get to the banks, where that subtle undue influence can say, well, I'm not going to help you because you're not doing what I want you to do. Because at the end of the day, it's about power, control, money. And when someone is incapacitated at a mental level, they're going to be vulnerable to that, but also in a physical sense. If they're not, if their mind is sharp, but they're unable to take care of some of those ADLs or get to the doctor, go see the lawyer about things, and they have to rely on somebody else to do it, they're going to be put in a position where undue influence can be employed with greater effect. What cases have said about these 10 factors, which are really those 3 factors kind of broken out, is that not any one of them is going to be dispositive, but we're going to look at all those factors on the whole, and have a reasonable determination that undue influence is happening in that situation. And again, this is all coming from kind of a will or trust situation, but I think the lessons are applicable to you on the front end if you're being called in to look at a case of potential financial exploitation of an elder. One of the cases that I see, and I think the guardianship courts see a lot, is, well, nobody else was helping, and this is in the family context. So I moved in and quit my job or cut my hours down, and the deal was, I'm going to take care of mom, and she's going to pay for. And then that's when the story kind of breaks down, because you kind of go, what did she agree to pay for? Because that's what I'm looking at, $5,000 and $10,000 a month, or $15,000. Where we're going, this is, if there was ever an agreement, it probably was not for you to not have to work a day again, or you put your entire household expenses through mom's accounts. And so it's to me, getting that explanation from people and telling them that this is something that we're going to be litigating probably for some time in the guardianship and probate courts. You know, that's something that can happen in these first meetings, or the family members coming in saying, hey, my sister's not letting me look at the bank accounts anymore. She's shut us down. We think there's a new will. What do I do? There's gonna be a corresponding APS report at that point, and you're gonna have to make a determination. It might not be that the case, if you validate or not, is the thing that, you know, you're later testifying about. You're gonna not maybe see the results of your investigation, one at all, or for years sometimes. And so one of the cases that I worked on, that was the case the FBI called me, and the family had called me from out of state, and you had an uncle that was unmarried, that was living in a nursing home. One of the nieces had gone to an attorney and said, my uncle wants to name me as an agent under a power of attorney. So all the lawyers immediately going to look up, because that's the first, when we get those phone calls, we said, well, have your uncle call me, or hopefully that's what we're asking. Why don't we set up a meeting with just your uncle, and maybe you can drive, but hopefully not. But, you know, depending on the circumstance, we want to talk to the principal when those explanations are given. The lawyer, sight unseen, not having met the principal, drafts the power of attorney, hands it over to the niece. The niece goes with a mobile notary to the nursing home and ostensibly has uncle sign it, and then proceeds in liquidating several $100,000 in uncle's assets, giving them to. She was at least magnanimous about it. She gave only a little bit. She gave some to herself, and then an equal share to all of her sisters. And we're talking that, I mean, the FBI called, they said, we don't really think there are any federal crimes happening, but is something happening at the state level? And I said, we're going. I went to the hearing and saw my classmate and colleague, Lisa Brown, walking in with the APS caseworker that was walking into the guardianship hearing. I want to say that had APS not been at the hearing, whether or not I was there or not, but had APS not been there, it could well have been that she could have been named the guardian that day, despite all the other shenanigans going on. And these things would have only happened afterwards. We would have only learned about it afterwards. She was going to guardianship court to be named guardian to what we can only guess was to continue her liquidation efforts. She had been told, we're not accepting the POA anymore at certain institutions. We got to the hearing. We reached an agreement where the agent prepared an accounting by agreement for everything that had happened to date. And then I'll say, we'll come back for the guardianship hearing. Why don't you just account for everything you've done thus far? And she proceeded to, in a sworn statement, say, here's what I did with all the money. I got that and forwarded that over to the elder fraud division at the DA's office. And she ultimately served time for what she did and what she's in her confession did. There's some question whether or not a person that's a fiduciary has a duty to disclose all this information. We know that they have that duty, but to the extent they also have Fifth Amendment rights to not disclose and incriminate themselves is a continuing discussion. But she waived those and ultimately got a plea deal on, I want to say it was misapplication of fiduciary property or a similar type crime, which is not I don't think that happens in all of my cases. I mean, it's usually worked out on the civil side, but it's important to kind of look at the situation as a whole. And you're going to be probably the first person other than the family that is called in to look at that. Let's look at circumstances. I think I've talked about this, but that, you know, we usually see the smoke and not really the fire. I mean, you'll see symptoms of or characteristics of undue influence, perhaps in your investigation, where you have someone butting in, trying to provide all the information and not let the client tell you what's going on, or that the client has a different understanding if they have the capacity to kind of respond and interact with you. But this happens behind closed doors. It happens when people are left to themselves, or the family has moved away, or maybe it's the family themselves, or it's a third party coming in from out, someone who's taking care of the yard or a neighbor. But generally what we see is that it's happening over time. If someone calls me and they're in Massachusetts, the alleged perpetrator is in Massachusetts and the person lives in San Antonio, I kind of question how someone from Massachusetts can unduly influence someone in San Antonio. I don't know that that's not really going to pass muster in the courts from my perspective. I don't really understand. There's a physical proximity that's required. There's a geographic proximity and an access kind of question that I have when people start explaining to me, oh, well, it was the telephone calls that caused them to do X, Y, Z that was out of character. And I don't think ultimately that carries a lot of water in these courts. All determined on a case-by-case basis, but I just don't see that. What happens? Why do we have clients in these situations? We have death of a spouse or a caregiver. We have depression, isolation, anxiety, dependency, some other unknown illness that is happening in the vulnerable person, or the person that becomes more vulnerable. So I think those are things that you as first responders or caseworkers will probably would tell me that I get calls, and there's been a change in life circumstances a lot of times when there's been a report to APS and the person has become vulnerable either to outside or maybe a new family member's come in. The other thing that I think we see as a feature of undue influence is to maintain control, the exploiter starts to run everybody else down. And this is probably not what mom or dad traditionally had. I mean, people can have bad relationships in families, that's allowed. But what typically happens with exploitation is that we see the exploiter start to whisper. And, you know, maybe there's an element of truth there, but they're expanding on that to further exercise control and power over the vulnerable person to say, she doesn't want, that's why she didn't come. That's why she didn't come to Bexar. She just called because she wanted money. And he's like, well, you're getting 15 grand a month. What? What are you talking about? And they're believing that because there's an element of, oh, this is the point I was trying to make earlier. The APS dictionary and some of your handbooks talk about how it's not necessarily, it can be exclusive of each other, that undue influence can happen without a consideration of capacity, and capacity is a consideration that we talk about separately for undue influence. In my experience, we are talking about vulnerable adults. So to me, a vulnerable adult is someone that is not able, perhaps, to make all those decisions for themselves, or that it's easier to prevent. Maybe they've redirected mail. It's easier for them to not know everything that's going on the financial side. So there's usually some, I don't want to disagree with the handbook, but there's usually some question of capacity, be it physical or mental, and maybe it's temporary. They're getting back from, they're just getting out of rehab and they're recovering from a broken hip or some surgery where they're coming to rely on a caregiver more so to get around to doctor's offices. But to me, I see there is usually an element, happy to be wrong, but usually an element of capacity when we're talking about someone who's exploiting someone else. Otherwise, the person would probably move on to someone else if they're kind of a serial exploiter, because they want an easier target than someone who has full capacity, someone who's in contact with their family, someone who's not, you know, susceptible to buying all that baloney. Yeah, this is that. I've jumped my slides, but this is, I want to do the APS thing, which is that, as I've said, undue influence may exist without impairment, and impairment may exist without undue influence, but both are relevant in the question of whether or not someone is vulnerable. What are we looking for? What does it look like? This goes back to that this is something that happens over time. There's usually an ongoing relationship. They're going to target and groom their victims. That these are subtle things that happen. You're not going to see a pointed gun. You're not going to see, you might see kind of the histrionic fits if someone is really upset that you're there and they want to distract you and prevent you from moving forward in your investigation by causing a big scene. But for the most part, we're looking for little subtle clues. And I think the handbook talks about noting physical and emotional changes in the client when certain people are in the room or not. I know you're going to try to interview without kind of those variables, but if you can't get that done, and that's the best situation that it allows for, you're going to be picking up on those kind of micro details. And you might be the only people that document that before it gets thrown into the courts or before we have a probate fight over those matters. So your documentation, your recognition of those things and your documentation is going to be of critical importance. Going back to my explanation, you know, the thing that I see a lot is exploiters we're all really good at justifying our actions. Exploiters are pathologically good at justifying what they're doing, even to the point where they're talking about, they're not recognizing it. I had a friend send me a movie clip the other day, and it's a Philip Seymour Hoffman movie where he's stolen $10 million from a bank with running up gambling debts, and his wife comes in essentially at the denouement of the movie, and she says, "You need to admit you have a gambling problem." And he says, I have a cash flow problem. I have a financial problem. And that, I mean, he believes it. He wants her to believe it. When you're interviewing people, and this is interesting, we know, and really one of the things I've been asked to talk about, what you're seeing a lot of is you've been called out to investigate a circumstance But there's gonna be undue influence even in your investigation in terms of the cooperation of the client and them whispering in the ear to say, they're gonna take you. They're gonna put you in a nursing home. If you talk to them, if you tell them what's going on, or I'm the only one that's helping. Your son is in Houston and he hasn't come to see you in 3 years. Well, he's been calling maybe. And she's hid the phone or vice versa. And so you're gonna see it and hopefully have some cooperation. I was hoping to get some answers from y'all really in terms of how you are dealing with your limited scope of your investigations and really having to rely on client voluntariness. How some of you have dealt with the issue of the perpetrator trying to manipulate the investigation itself or manipulate the client itself. So be thinking about that because we'll have a minute hopefully to talk about some practical tips. But exploiters are incredibly able to justify and provide facially plausible explanations for what's going on. You're going to have to go with your gut on that and ask those additional questions, or if you can, note your suspicions in your report. I mean, if you're not able to get to those third-party documents or other family members, just say, explain this, but I don't really understand why she doesn't have her own card linked to her account anymore, or doesn't have her own cell phone. Or that brother used to visit every holiday and now he, for no other explanation, is not allowed in the house or allowed to see her, and those kind of things. The more notes we have on that on the front end, the better to assist the judge, to assist, yes, even the lawyers later when we're trying to sort out whether or not some of the changes that you might not even be aware of that ever come into your purview, like, well, they did a new will. Sometimes that's not even going to come into your investigation, but we'll find out about it, years later. Well, and the victims often appear as willing participants. They're either scared of what the exploiter might do, they're scared of what APS might do, and the results of a validating some complaint to you or a guardianship. I have a lot of people come to me and say, mom didn't want to be, no one wants to live in a nursing home. They don't want to be removed from their home. And that is something that is used, I think, in a lot of our cases where we see this as a implicit or overt threat. It's something that they see whenever they see APS walking in. And the exploiter is going to use that to manipulate the results they want in the investigation. One of the hallmarks is isolation. If kind of the regular cast of family and friends are still coming through the house, or there's not been any cutoff of access at the nursing home or assisted living facility, it becomes hard to make a case for undue influence later, I think, because if they have, at least if there is capacity, as soon as that person leaves and they're in a safe situation, or they feel that they're in a safe situation, the question that the lawyers and the judges have later is, well, why didn't they just say, Timmy, I'm glad, thank you. At least you're here. Let me tell you what's going on. They don't want them in the room. They don't want them to have access to the nursing home. They don't want them to have access through email or telephone. And this is just one of the hallmarks of undue influence that we see over and over again, is that isolation from others. Some of it can be self-imposed. I think that people that are already isolating due to aging in place or dealing with their own mental health or depression or whatever are all then only encouraged to isolate further, with the exploiter being all too happy. I think I noted that they'll even lock windows, doors, control access to telephone and, computers. There's always we've seen the really terrible sweepstakes, cases that are virtually impossible to deal with without removing access to telephones and computers, because the elderly person, vulnerable person, is so eager to please, are so easily confused, thinking that a grandson or grandchild has called them asking for money, so willing to go get gift cards or the wire money. But this should be looked at in the absence of that situation with suspicion, when you have someone else that's come in to control the situation. And certainly, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. I think Shekinah and I have had cases where we have documented bad actors that, when given access to the vulnerable person, have had their way with them and their finances. And so we've had difficult decisions advising guardians and or family members to say, look, they can't come in, but the family needs to have this person can't come in. Family needs to have documented explanations for that, and not just because we don't like them coming around anymore. We've already talked about it, that the fear about what APS might do is something that's probably already in the vulnerable person's head, is what they're thinking about, and then also only encouraged by someone that is seeking to control the situation and control them. We'll be talking a little bit about ways that you've tried to address it in your investigations. I think your training and experience is a lot better than mine, because I'm typically in probate matters. The vulnerable person has died by the time that I get the call. I send the guardianship stuff to Shekinah now, so she gets to deal with that on the front level at the guardianship, in the guardianship cases. But the one-on-one with the vulnerable person, there's no time for that anymore when I've been called. And so it's really just a function of what's been documented, whether there's been audio, whether it's in your report, video by the family or whomever. But this is subtle stuff. This could be whispered in their ear the day before, or you're on your way out to interview them, and they leave whispering this on their lip. This is kind of a case, undue influence in the will contest scenario. This is a case out of Northeast Texas. The husband had died, and then the health of the mother had deteriorated, and someone just kind of swooped in. There was no family involved in the preparation of a will, and that excluded family members. And after a trial, going through those factors, they found that the third party had swooped in, befriended the decedent, started taking her to medical appointments, and whispering in her ear about the family and why she shouldn't be with them. And similar to my experience earlier about the POA, the lawyer received a call. There was actually a lawyer involved. Another thing that we see a lot in these cases is they try to get rid of any professionals. They don't want lawyers involved. They don't want the longtime CPA or financial advisor to know anything about what's going on, other than to maybe receive information. But you will see a lot of shopping. You will see a lot of phone calls. And wait a minute, how many lawyers did you try to go meet with and drag mom to over 3 months or whatever to get the will that you wanted? And if we're doing our jobs right, I think we're not taking those calls, or very suspicious when we do take those calls, because you're gonna be testifying for a few years. And subject to a subpoena and complaints about your law license. If you're kind of brought in to these situations. But, in that case, after a discharge from the hospital, the lawyer was called. And then from the same phone number that was mom's phone number, a text message saying, I would like a will, leaving everything to so-and-so, was texted to the lawyer, and the lawyer drafted the will based on a text message from the phone number, but with no other kind of checks and balances. The will was signed, and that was later contested successfully. And this appellate court opinion upheld the finding of undue influence in that case. They looked into the person's background, applying, going and looking at the Rothermel factors. They said, look, this person needed money. They were telling, what to anybody else would be observable and confirmable falsehoods to the person and getting her to do what they wanted her to do. So it's something that we're still dealing with. And I would say even dealing with more on a day-to-day basis in our probate courts around Texas and our guardianship courts. So that's just one of many cases that are reported every year on undue influence. I told Judge Vasquez that we talk a little bit about Senate Bill 576, which was passed and made effective on September 1, which closed a loophole in the law where someone could say, well, this was the deal, there was a loan, or this was a gift from mom, but this codifies in the Human Resources Code that governs your agency and investigations to say, no, wait a minute, that's not a sufficient enough explanation. We're actually going to flip it and say this is presumed invalid, and you really have to come to the table and explain what's going on here. Otherwise, without further explanation, this is wrongful. It is codified in the law now, and that's something that you should be looking at. That just came online, and Judge Vasquez worked with that task force for several years. I think the bill languished for a few years, and with her leadership, that was passed. And it's something that y'all should see, because it actually changes the penal code in terms of what is a criminal offense in this. The other point I wanted to make was that it might be that the APS that you invalidate at the APS level, but you're still documenting, and there might be a separate requirement to forward that on to law enforcement anyway, because there might be criminal charges from the same facts that did not rise to the level of validating at your level. And so that's one of the key takeaways I wanted to make on the APS side today, was that it might not be that there's, at your standard of review, a violation or validation of a complaint. It might be that later there are criminal charges that come, or civil liability that comes. We deal with it a lot of times in the probate context. Mom's gone at that point, but we're still looking over these transactions and saying, what authority did you have? Plus, we have the benefit of time at that point to sit down, subpoena records, more time anyway. We know that you're limited in the number of cases that you're investigating and the resources that you have. But it might be that come up is later, in the probate or the guardianship context. So we're glad to see that change. This was just a little recap of some of the stuff you're seeing the isolation. You're hearing or seeing new documents or different signatures. There are sudden and unexpected financial changes. In those cases where I get the calls about, well, the deal was I was going to move in with dad and take care of things.
I mean, to a certain level, we try to understand that and see what was going on there, but when the egregious spending starts happening, or when it's not just incidental thing, well, yeah, I went to Walmart and I bought some things for myself, but everything else was for dad. By the way, how are we going to prove this later anyway, when we just see a line item, $191 at Walmart? You will also see frequency of use of cash, because there's even less documentation when they're using cash. So we'll see counter withdrawals, we'll see large withdrawals and transfers. There's a change in appearance with the family member. And then this is more from like for a family member to do this, but sometimes it can be the trusted family member that's in the house. That is as y'all have seen in your investigation, that is the person that's causing this. More to kind of give you all a little bit about what I talked a little bit about, which is when I'm getting a phone call later, whether it's for someone to do an estate plan or update or do a POA, the questions that I'm immediately asking, who's calling? Who am I being asked to do legal work for? When a power of attorney is drafted, the proposed agent under the power of attorney might be facilitating the first call, but I'm immediately have questions. I want to talk to the principal, that is the person giving the power of attorney, rather than the person who is saying that somebody else wants to name me as their agent. And then I want to confirm as quickly as I can that this is what that person wants to do, and that they have capacity, and they're kind of talking to me about, well, this is what I want to do, and this is the reason for the change. When someone calls, I'll immediately say, why didn't mom call? If I mean, sometimes I just get off the phone right then, but sometimes I'll entertain it and go, what's going on? Because I mean, I think there's an element of, well, she's not good with telephones, and maybe that flies 10% of the time or 20% of the time, and I'll let them go, and we'll try to set something up, and explain that there's they're in the hospital right now, or they're here right now with me. But the lawyer should already be on guard at that point. I try to explain to them at that point, if you're going to be someone that's in this plan, the farther you can get away from the development and signing of that plan, the better for the plan later. It's better for me. It's better for the plan. It's better for mom, because if I can suss out if that's really what she wants to do, and get those explanations, document my file, so that if there is later litigation and someone wants to ask me why I did what I did on behalf of someone, I can answer the question, that I talked to the person, the principal that wanted to make the changes, that I was satisfied that they knew what was going on, and they knew the changes or the new will that they want to make, and that nobody else was controlling that situation. Lawyers find themselves in that circumstance all the time. We asked the question, who's going to benefit from the change? Is there a and know who your client is. So if someone else is calling for a will, I want to talk to the supposed testator about those changes. I will also I will ask about historically, are there documents already in place? One of the things that the POA, a word on POA, no, I actually think I have a slide on it, so I'll wait for that. But I want to find out who's paying as well, and make sure that I explain if who's paying does not necessarily determine who my client is. And if I don't feel comfortable about who's paying, that's kind of a warning side from the lawyer side. If there's anything odd or unnatural changes, if the request to me is, I want to leave a will naming all 4 of my kids, and they're not doing so great, but they just really want to have this peace of mind, and they can identify their poor children and what we can walk through that situation, then I'm not as concerned about that as opposed to the call from the sister that mom wants to change her will to leave everything to me. So there's kind of a, you know, is it odd? Is it unnatural? Or is the gardener, is it the next door neighbor? Those types of things. Also, if we have to meet later today and sign tomorrow, I am immediately on guard, as are, you know, my learned colleagues in the audience. When we get those calls, we're immediately suspect. What do I do at that point in my private practice? As I said, I try to identify my client or prospective client and direct my advice to them. I also, particularly for estate planning, I don't want other people in the room generally, even if they want that. I will hopefully be able, if I'm okay with how they're doing and how they're able to make decisions for themselves, then I'm gonna say, for the purpose of these documents, let's do these together and let's do these alone. And then you can decide afterwards whom you want to talk to about but to protect these documents and this moving forward, let's do that. If I'm having difficulty talking to them, what I can do and what y'all are less able to do is I'll say, we need to get them in front of a doctor, so that an independent certificate of mental or medical examination is done, and we can feel comfortable that this person is able to make financial and testamentary decisions. I will ask to see historical documents. Are there other existing wills, powers of attorney? What's going on? What are the reasons for the change? The other thing that I think happens a lot in the civilian context is people look at wills and they don't think about the beneficiary designations that they've made, or if they remember them at all, at their various banks, financial institutions, stock brokerage accounts. They'll say, well, I want to leave everything equally to the 4 kids here, and they'll have one person named, and they'll have 80% of their assets with the third parties, and we'll have a fight over that. So I try to make sure that the person understands that the estate plan should be a global plan, that we're thinking about, well, wait a minute, what do you have at Charles Schwab? What is happening at Vanguard or Fidelity? Where are you leaving that money? The only thing right now under your will is your house and your car. And so explaining and making sure that the client knows what's going on there and doing that in conjunction. And then just doing these trainings with staff and attorneys. Byron, what did you say? You give me 7 minutes or 5? Everybody's hoping for 5. Yeah. I really pulled this from y'all's handbook. So the APS, tell me where I got it wrong, but what I read about how y'all should approach these situations is some of the mantras that you talk about are beginning with the least restrictive intervention, of course, talking about money management, what's going on, involving the family, if you can identify trustworthy family members. For the POAs, one of the things that we see, and maybe there's a fear or reticence among the elderly and vulnerable population, is that the POA, which I think I say later, somehow they're giving up rights when they do a power of attorney, and that they're not wrong. They're giving rights to someone else to make decisions on their behalf, but it doesn't mean that they can't override that. Doesn't mean they can't revoke that POA. From your perspective, just because someone's an agent doesn't mean that they can do whatever they want with the money. In fact, the law looks at it, particularly now with the change. a fiduciary has a higher burden to explain what's going on. They should be keeping records. If you're walking in and talking to an agent under a PLA or someone who's a trustee or something like that, they should be able to, without much effort, open the bank statements because they're retaining them. They should know that. They need to be keeping records, maintaining those records, and able to provide explanations, because that's the next thing that's going to happen in the guardianship court or the probate court. I've represented a few alleged perpetrators at the APS level, gone to some of those interviews, and the ones I like to take are when they call me and say, here are all my binders of all the bank statements and everything that I've done. Here's the notepad of the medications. I'm sure you all have the same experience, that when you walk into that interview, it's going to go very differently than when someone has no paper, no verification for any financial transactions that they've done. And I just say, hand it over and answer their questions. Because if you have something to hide, now's not a good time. Because it's going to go from bad to worse. So many of the results of the APS investigations end up in the information letters in the probate courts, at least in Bexar County. And so those are critical because the family gets involved. The judge gets to see the case for the first time, appoint a guardian ad litem that has, I think, a greater investigative power and subpoena power that you might not have. And the guardian ad litem also reaches out to family. There's a pending matter now. We need to get involved. You need to hire somebody and show up at these hearings. So it might be that you've kind of handed it off, but know that with your work and documentation, we're going to know at least where to start looking and have a better heads up on that, on the guardianship matter, or if it's referred ultimately to law enforcement. I've already talked about the power of attorney piece. I wanted to say a quick thing about POAs. If the principal, the person that gave the POA, has capacity, the responsibility of the agent is to do what the principal has asked them to do. That can be general or specific, but if they don't have a proactive duty at that point, well, arguably, the concern is when the principal starts to lose capacity and has some deficiencies, things that mom did before you were an agent, like cutting checks for the kids for Christmas, paying the tuition, paying yourself again, cutting those checks, that changes when the principal lacks capacity under any statutory durable power of attorney. And the question moves from what did the principal want to the principal's best interests. And I don't know. I mean, I talk to a lawyer every once in a while who doesn't understand that distinction. And I don't think that people get that. It's something to kind of just know that they have to be all the more on guard when there's a question of capacity. Those self-dealing transactions about paying tuition and paying your gas, all these things are going to be looked at even more harshly when mom is at the nursing home, doesn't know what's going on, and there's a question of capacity. I think I've reached the end of my time. I had a few more things about the agent's responsibility to account under the estates code, and also some advice and recommendations for APS workers. Y'all already know this stuff. I was just going to talk about those things. You know how to get a hold of me. Not that I'm going to provide that much help if you call me, but if I could, I'm happy to. And I look forward to learning more from y'all. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. If you'll have time for any questions or.
Yeah, and we actually have one coming online.
Oh, right.
And can you repeat it for the folks online station?
Happy to.
Do you apply, in quotes, estate planning attorney can remedy, unquote, to holographic wills?
Okay, the question is, do I apply the estate planning attorney?
I guess the wording apply, estate planning attorney can remedy.
Do you apply estate planning attorney? These are the preventive things that I was saying earlier to holographic wills. Well, everybody know what a holographic will is? A holographic will is in handwriting. So, so almost by definition, a holographic will is happening without an attorney involved, because otherwise we're typing it up. We have two witnesses. We have other things that are happening. Holographic will you can do on your way. You got a legal pad, you're being wheeled off to the emergency room or the surgery. So to me, they're kind of self-contained. It's going to be harder to find out, well, who else was involved, because the person that wrote it is now dead. So we're going to have to find out what the circumstances surrounding that. To me, holographic wills are actually more difficult to deal with, because there might only be one witness and the witness is gone, in the sense that the testator is dead. At least there's something to fight about when there's a will, because there might be that is an attested will. There's probably an attorney involved, or it says legal Zoom, and we know they printed it off online. If it's tight, for it to be valid, there have to be two witnesses to that will. It can be a notary if there's a missing signature, but holographic wills are, I think, even more difficult. To put another way, they have an easier hurdle to get, because all you need to say is this their handwriting?
So you're saying that if you have the frame of mind, put that in, go to a statement. That's what I'm hearing you say.
I'll try not to be too self-serving about it, but
We probably have time for one more question.
You mentioned the first step in this whole process is to notify APS. So what resident files already open on someone that we suspect of using that something like that? We don't have a responsibility to report. Do we still call it in when there's something that's open? We don't know the details of that report.
well, I think it's more directed to non-APS. But if you're saying that there's a report already in, perfect, even better.
Call it in.
Okay.
We take subsequent reports all of the time. You may have information that was not captured in the first report. You may have information that will help us with our current investigation. So if you know that there is an open APS case and you have come across information, whether we're investigating it or not, call it in.
So I stick by my first answer. God, thank you so much. Anything else? Thank you all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Barrett.
While you were speaking, Barrett, I already have, at least 5 trainings that you'll be doing to the Adult Protective Services staff. And, we provide lunch too at the APS office, so you're welcome anytime. Before I introduce the next speaker, I did want to, take just a small opportunity and introduce some special guests that arrived. I'm super thrilled because I have been doing this for a long, long time, and to have the commissioner of your agency join us is a rare and much appreciated occurrence. So I would like to introduce Commissioner Stefani Muth. She is the commissioner of the agency, the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. She is responsible for this agency and the operations of this agency, and has been with us, I think, a year since January. And to have her join us with the APS team is a special treat for us. Joining her is the Deputy Commissioner of Programs, Audrey O'Neill. And she is new to the agency, and to have her join us here with Adult Protective Services is a special treat for us, and also our Chief of Staff, which is Alyssa Jones. And she is responsible, and she'll have, if you all know Lisa Centeno, everybody knows Lisa Centeno. Well, that division is now under the Chief of Staff. And so I did want to recognize our executive leadership that is here. Commissioner?
Thank you, Anne. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of you all. You may know a few years ago, DFPS, we used some federal funds to form these specialized units that are focused on financial exploitation. And this last legislative session, we did receive state funding to make those ongoing for the agency. And your partnership here in the San Antonio area is so important. These are, and I'm learning a lot today. I learned a lot from the last presentation. They're complex situations, and we really appreciate your partnership and your attendance and participation today to learn more about this. So thank you, and it's an honor and privilege to be here with all of you.
Our next speaker is Stefani Wade, and she is the evidence-driven investigation subject matter expert with Adult Protective Services. Stephanie is an 18-year law enforcement veteran. She's got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Tarleton State University, and she's also a master peace officer and has the license for that. She achieved the position of chief of police. She's been involved in diverse criminal investigations at the local, state, and federal levels. In March of 2022, Ms. Wade transitioned from law enforcement and began working with Adult Protective Services. I hired her as the evidence-driven subject matter expert here in San Antonio. She's brought with her knowledge and training, she learned in law enforcement to support our Adult Protective Services staff with complex case investigations. Ms. Wade is passionate about supporting the call to action for individuals, organizations, and communities to raise awareness about abuse, neglect, and exploitation for our vulnerable citizens. And she has been a tremendous asset for our APS staff. She has learned the APS program, and we are proud to have her a part of our team. Stephanie?
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm not going to be like a normal speaker. I'm a little bit different. I'm going to involve the audience. I want to thank you very much for attending. Today we're going to different clicker. This one. All right. Today I'm going to just present a high level overview of Adult Protective Services. And so for the consistency of the audience, I want to just explain some of our language. When we talk about a client for law enforcement, that would be a victim. And when we talk about alleged perpetrator, that's going to be similar to a suspect. When we talk about collaterals, that is similar to a witness in a law enforcement investigation. I do apologize in advance for my East Texas accent. I can't help it. I'm a homegrown Texas girl. So if I do say something that you can't understand, please let me know and I will try to get an interpreter. First and foremost, I want to recognize the people in the audience. So everyone that works for Adult Protective Service, would you please stand up? Got a lot of participants from Adult Protective Service. Look around if you need to ask questions. Those would be the people from Adult Protective Service during break that you could talk to and interact with. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to recognize our first responders, our fire and EMS and medical professionals. If you'll stand up, please. I know Byron's in here. Firemen, EMS. Thank you. Next is law enforcement. I know y'all are on the back row. Come on, back seat Baptist, stand up, everyone. Law enforcement. Thank you so very much for attending this event. Next, I would like to recognize our financial institutions. Do we have anybody in the audience with financial institutions? No? Okay. I know we got some online though. What about our community professionals and stakeholders? Anybody from the community? Yes. Salsa, South District, APS. Okay, what about the court system? I know the judge was here, probate court, legal attorneys. Awesome. I know I'm forgetting someone. I just like to shake it up because I know y'all are falling asleep and y'all ready to eat, and I'm gonna be talking to you for a while. So I want to get that blood circulating a little bit. Did I miss anybody in the audience that I need to recognize? Well, you're not going to tell me because you don't want to stand up. I got you. So how many people in this room have ever made the joke that you are technologically challenged? Come on, be proud, raise your hand. You're an ageist. Okay? You that is officially the definition of an ageist, someone who jokes about an age-related issue. I am a passionate, recovering ageist. I did not know I was an ageist until I became employed with Adult Protective Services. And I have this little lapel pin that's provided by Salsa. Salsa is successfully aging and living in San Antonio. Basically, I'm wearing this very proudly because, again, like I said, I'm a recovering ageist. I'm trying to be more cognizant about the things that I joke about, the things that I say, because guess what? We're all getting older, okay? So we're all aging. As we sit here, we're aging. The reason why I am standing before you today, I'm the evidence-driven investigative subject matter expert. So I will admit I am an expert. Oh, let me fast forward this real quick. Which one do I press? Again, technologically, this one? There it goes. Okay, so I am not an expert in adult protective service. I have quickly found out that even though 18 years in law enforcement, I was somewhat an expert with CPS, but I really did not have a clue about adult protective services. However, last year, I met an individual that became our client. And at the time that that individual was our client, they were in a facility under the premise that they no longer had capacity to consent and they were unable to make decisions for themselves. Now, through our investigation, we were able to provide that individual with their dignity and their rights back. So they signed a revocation for a power of attorney. When I met this individual that morning in the facility, hospice had told us that they didn't believe the individual was going to make it for another month. And the person is well in their late 80s, and they didn't look like they were going to make it. By the time I left, I spent 6 hours with this individual. When I left, that individual had their life back. They were no longer under the restraints of this power of attorney. And when I left, that individual was sitting in front of their window and I could see. So when I walked up, I could see them, and my coworker said, that's going to be the client. And I was like, oh, I don't know if they're going to make it. When I left 6 hours later, the individual had a smile on their face. They were waving at me. And I could just see and this was in December of last year. And I would like to say today, the individual is still alive, has relocated themselves, and they're doing well. They're no longer on hospice. So in saying that, I'm very passionate about spreading the awareness of financial exploitation, because I've seen firsthand exactly what it can do and how you can change a person in 6 hours from about to die to having their independence back. So in this quick overview, because I do like to talk, so I'm gonna get down to it. We're going to talk about the legislative authority that has provided APS the ability to do their job. I'm going to discuss how to report to APS. I'm going to define financial exploitation as it refers to APS definitions. And then I'm going to talk about the current trends and the collaborative efforts that APS and the community is engaged in right now to fight this epidemic of financial exploitation of the elderly. So, our governing authority comes from the Human Resource Code, Chapter 48. That's our statutes. It also does have our definitions, but in law enforcement, I would say it's kind of equated to the Penal Code. And then our other authority comes from the Texas Administrative Code. That tells us our definitions and our program authorities. It's similar to the Code of Criminal Procedures. Who is eligible for APS investigations? Very important. In order for Adult Protective Services to list you as a client/victim, you have to be a minimum of 65 years old. How many people in this room is not 65? Raise your hand. All right, I do see a few people that didn't raise their hand. You would automatically be eligible to be a client for Adult Protective Service if you did not raise your hand. Now, if you're not 65 or over, you have to be 18 to 64 and have a substantial impairment. Again, that's not your job to determine that. Just go ahead and report it like everybody's saying. If you see something, say something, report it. APS will figure it out. Okay, is there any questions regarding that? Again, like everyone said before me, Texas is a mandatory reporting state. I will admit, again, I'm going to be transparent. When I was in law enforcement, guys, guess what? When we had cases and we were dealing with a disabled individual or a person that was 65 or over, especially with assault cases, how many times do you think I reported it to APS? Oh my gosh, 0. Yes, 0 times. Is anybody in here willing to say that they did the same thing in law enforcement? They didn't realize that you're supposed to report it. Nobody wants to. I'm going to admit, I thought, hey, we're law enforcement. We can investigate. But again, it's a mandatory reporting. So if you or anyone that you know suspects that a person in the state of Texas is being abused, neglected, or exploited, contact APS at the hotline, 1-800-252-5400. Law enforcement personnel in the room, inside your folder, you will find the law enforcement contact number that is specifically for you. When you're making reports, what you need to remember is that you, as the reporter, are reporting firsthand information. And what's important for APS is that we contact you. So we need your contact number, not your, let's say, law enforcement number, not the SAPD main number, but a contact number for you. If you could leave your personal cell phone number with the statewide intake officer that's getting the information from you, and tell them what's a good time for our workers to call you back, that would be great. Financial institutions that are online, when you have to make a report, keep in mind that if you're making an online report, it cycles within a 24-hour period, so it's not guaranteed to actually be disseminated for 24 hours. But if you make a telephone call report, it's going to get disseminated within a couple of hours. So make sure, if you work at financial institutions, a hospital, if you're a social worker, if you're in the community, please give us a good contact number for you so that our workers can do a good case initiation with the reporter. Okay. Now, The good thing about online reporting, when I worked in law enforcement, I created my online ID because that's how I reported most of my CPS cases, because at the end, you can print off your report and attach it to your case file, and you don't have to do extra work. The neat thing about it is you can pretty much copy and paste your information for your investigation into the report. So you're not really doing extra work. You're just copying and pasting. That's the good part about reporting online. However, again, just keep in mind, if you want immediate assistance, online reporting is not the way to go. Disclosure of case information. APS and the state of Texas, you'll find in chapter 48, there's a mandate. We're prohibited from disseminating the reporter's information. When we're investigating a case, we can't even tell the reporter that we know that you're the one that reported, okay? So rest assured, we're not distributing any confidential information. And when we send cases over to law enforcement, we also send that statute to remind law enforcement officers that if you're going to open an investigation based off of our case, please don't let the reporter know that you know that they reported it. We want to maintain that confidentiality. We do get a lot of questions from financial institutions that I want to address. They are 40% of our intakes come from financial institutions when it comes to financial exploitation. They like to know what's going on because they're reporting something with their client that's becoming our client. So they want to know best how to navigate what's going on in the client's finances. Unfortunately, due to state law, we cannot divulge that information. It's sad because we're asking you guys for information, but we're not able to give information back. However, we appreciate the continued teamwork, and we hope that you understand that we would love to tell you, we just can't because of the state law and the Privacy Acts. However, when APS investigators are conducting their investigations, they might divulge certain information so that they could collect additional evidence, but also be able to help the client by offering services. You got it? All right, program in-home. We investigate private homes, adult foster homes, unlicensed board home where there are 3 or fewer individuals. Now, I know at the conference we just had, I met an officer from Harris County, and the unlicensed boarding homes are running rampant, and so they actually created a unit to help mitigate that problem. We have a sister agency called the Health and Human Services Commission, and they investigate situations like that. APS does not investigate the unlicensed boarding home itself. We just investigate if a client is inside an unlicensed boarding home and they are either being abused, neglected, or exploited. So just keep in mind when you're making a report, if you get frustrated because you're being told that APS isn't going to investigate it, it could be that it's being routed to the wrong agency. Rest assured, APS does route it to the right agency for the investigation. Okay. Who we investigate? Got it? Sorry. There, I did it. We only investigate caretakers, family members, and persons who have ongoing relationships. Okay. That is the criteria for us to have a suspect. So the suspect can only be a caretaker, a family member, or a person with an ongoing relationship. People we do not investigate are clients or persons that they've never met. So sometimes our clients like to get online and like go to match.com and they've never met the individual. We don't investigate that person as an alleged perpetrator or suspect, but if our client did give that person money and got scammed, we'll investigate the neglect piece. So again, if you see something, say something, but it's not your job to discern what information needs to be investigated and not investigated, just go ahead and report it and let the authorities, APS do their job and decide if it's an investigation that we can actually partake in. One of our biggest trends that we're seeing right now are these stranger contractual relationships. So for instance, we have a situation recently where an air conditioning repairman was doing some service on a client's home and basically has moved himself in. That's a tricky one for us because the repairman doesn't have an ongoing relationship. He's now a tenant, even though he just moved himself in and the client never entered into a contract with them. That's how tricky and complex the cases can get for us. But I just wanted to identify how that individual, the repairman, would not meet our criteria for an alleged perpetrator. Scams, romance scams. I mean, there's like 5 big scams that are hitting our clients nationwide, and they're losing money faster than you're making it. However, APS does not investigate those scams. You report that to the Federal Bureau of Investigations, IC3, internet crime reporting, things of that nature. So APS does not investigate scams. That's not financial exploitation as our definitions pertain. And then death allegations. So law enforcement, if you do suspect that there was caregiver neglect, but the case was never reported prior to the death of the client, if there is no open case, we do not investigate that. Sorry about it. Just wanted to let you know. We don't open a case just to do a death investigation. What does APS investigate? Number one, financial exploitation. So what that equates to with law enforcement, you got your Penal Code 32, Chapter 32, exploitation of the elderly, fraud, misapplication of fiduciary. We investigate those allegations. However, remember, we don't have an arresting authority. We just conduct administrative investigations. That is why it is imperative that we team up together and work these cases together. We have the ability to get financial records, medical records, business records. We have the ability to get all of those records for you so that you could use them as instruments to decide where your case is going so that you can get your own records through a subpoena. We are a very good asset for law enforcement, and we would love to continue working together and building those relationships to combat financial exploitation. Other things that we investigate, again, is abuse, sexual, physical, emotional, and neglect, physical and medical neglect. Again, we do not investigate mental health, okay? We cannot come out there to the park where you have a homeless man that, you know, is off his medication and he needs assistance. That's not APS's purview. So yes, you can call us and make a report, but as far as finding him a place to stay, APS doesn't have a facility to house mental health patients. We do not have facilities to take a person out of their home in a situation from abuse or neglect. We do have legal recourse where we go through the court system and we find placement, but in an emergency situation that's ongoing with law enforcement on the scene and needing us to remove someone, I just want to let you know that's not something that we can do, okay? All right, so we're going to talk about financial trends. Again, I'm going to ask you guys to participate in stretch your legs out a little bit. When I was preparing for this presentation, I wanted to get some up-to-date statistics, and I got them from the Internet Crime Complaint Center. And what they have discovered is that last year in 2022, victims 60 years old and older. Is anybody in here willing to raise your hand and proudly say that you're 60 years old or over? Awesome, thank you, thank you. So your age bracket lost $3.1 billion last year. Okay. Per victim, that's $35,000. That's a lot of money. $35,000 for victims 60 years and over. So all of you that were 60 years and over, and you raised your hand, how many of you can actually afford, let's just say in 10 years, to lose $35,000 in 1 year? Raise your hand if you can afford it. I know I can't. It's our cruise money. That's sad though. $3.1 billion. Do you think that that affects law enforcement? That money? Yes or no? How many people think yes? Raise your hand. Why do you think that affects law enforcement? Anybody want to stand up and say? No? Participants? I was told I have to have participants in the audience. Is how I get y'all thinking. Well, when you have $3.1 billion going out, you got people that are making complaints. And when you're already understaffed, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? You don't have more people. You don't grow people on trees. So now you've got the same number of people with additional caseload. The percentage is 84% increase from 2021 to 2022. Now, I'm sure that we didn't have an 84% increase in law enforcement staff in Bexar County. In the state of Texas, $243 million was taken from clients or from persons 60 years old and over. When it comes to financial exploitation, they also documented that for every one case that was reported for financial exploitation, 44 go unreported. Can I have a person from each table, one person volunteer to stand up, please? One person, come on. Don't be shy. I love it. Thank you for participating. I want everybody to look around at that one person. That one person represents an individual that was exploited and reported it. Okay? Thank you. You can have a seat. Now, every person that did not stand up, stand up. So if you just stood up, don't stand up. I know only one, you stood up, so you got, okay, I'm gonna give him a pass. Now look around. This is equal to every client that was exploited that was not reported. Do you feel like there's a problem now in our society? Each one of you's lost $35,000 just by standing up. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. It's not going. It's saying low battery. So APS does a lot of data. I love it. I'm a data girl. I never thought that it was important when I was in law enforcement until I got to become a chief of police, and then I had to make reports before the city council and identify how cost effective it would be to hire another employee so that I could have a break and not have to work so much. Well, APS also tracks all of the cases that come in. It's for the public as well, so you can find it on our website. However, in 2022, we took in 132,819 intakes for the whole state of Texas. In Bexar County, there was 11,000, so I'm going to round up 12,000 reports were received in Bexar County alone. Now, I want you to know that Bexar County is the second largest intake county. So who wants to shout out what the #1 county for the highest intakes is? And Harris County, all of y'all, you'll be gold stars. Harris County's #1, we're #2, and I believe Tarrant County's #3. And out of those, we documented that we had 12,688, so I'm gonna round that up, 13,000 financial exploitation cases that were reported to us last year. However, if we apply the statistics of 1 in 44, we should have had around 558,000 reports in Bexar County alone. Okay? Statistically, if you just multiply that 13,000 by 4, that's how many reports we should. That's how many clients that we're missing out on. That's how many people that are destitute in our community that will not let you know or tell you or not receiving the assistance that they need from law enforcement, from medical, from APS. Now, out of the, I'm sorry, that was the reports. out of, Barrett County, it was, 1,200 reports for financial exploitation and 52,000 people that were not, receiving services because they did not report the financial exploitation. So again, that's a very big number. Law enforcement, my prior brothers and sisters in blue. Do you like that number of 12,000 reports? Is SAPD in the house? I know they are. Y'all don't duck your heads. You like that number, right? I would rather have 1,200 reports. You don't like that 52,000, do you? Could you sustain those 52,000 cases that come in? No. It's an overburden on the system. Don't you like that APS exists so that we can assist in mitigating some of those cases for you? Okay, that's how we can work together. Also understand that we are providing training to the community. So as we educate and make others aware, the cases are going to, the intakes are going to go up. But again, that's good for us because we can become proactive instead of reactive. Okay, that's where we have to get. Because again, as you're sitting here listening to me ramble on, you're getting older. And one day we're going to be meeting the criteria of 65 or over. And I've got 5 kids. I'm telling you, I'm scared to death I'm going to be exploited. They already exploit me now, you know, but I don't have a lot of money. However, I'm doing the best that I can to make myself financially stable when I turn 65. But I think I was a pretty mean mom, and they might just stick me in a facility and take everything. So I want people to be aware so that when I call you, you take my case serious and you put them in jail. Again, do I need to speed it up? Where's my, okay, I gotta speed it up. What is APS doing? We have, what did you say, Byron? Oh, 20 minutes. So as you've heard from Commissioner Muth, APS has created 3 specialized units. And those 3 specialized units are in Harris County, Bexar County, or the South District, and then in Tarrant County. We have some members of our unit here today. I would like for them to stand up. Unit 98. This is my district director's unit, Unit 98. Tabitha Villarreal, that's our supervisor. So we got 3 of the 4 here. Get to know them, law enforcement, get their number. They are the ones that are investigating. Thank you for saying that, the financial complex case, the complex financial exploitation cases. The Unit 98 is a part of the state, I guess they're part of the team, the exploitation task force team. And so what we're doing with these 3 units are we're collecting data. And part of the data that we're collecting is identifying gaps. So what we're identifying is that we're having some communication barriers with law enforcement, with financial institutions, not only on our side, but we're recognizing some law enforcement entities are getting our reports via mail. So imagine if we're making a report, because we have a policy requirement, if we believe that a crime is committed, we have to notify law enforcement, and that notification comes in the mail and sits on someone's desk for a month or 2. By the time you open it and assign it, our case might already be closed and the client might be deceased. So we are doing going out into the community and talking to our critical stakeholders and identifying where we're missing the communication barriers. We're tracking the law enforcement case openings. So if we report to law enforcement and they open an investigation, we're tracking that and reporting that to the legislature. We're also reporting successful prosecutions. I would like to do a shout out to Wilson County. If anybody is in here from Wilson County, you're doing a jam up job. They've got 4 people prosecuted and waiting pretty much for court dates, but because of COVID, they're 2 years behind. It's unfortunate. That's just the situation we're all facing. But I did want to give them the shout out, not saying that Bexar County's not doing a great job. They are, but I know for a fact we have 4 high exploitation cases that they actually have on the docket for going to trial. And then we also track the asset recovery for APS involvement and the legal actions in the court. We utilize This unit utilizes ePay resources. People that are familiar with ePay resources, raise your hand. It's provided by financial institutions, and every other month you can meet at the San Antonio Police Department headquarters. Lunch is provided. It's an hour long. We meet with financial institution partners, law enforcement partners, and adult protective services and other persons that are involved with anything financial related. And then we also are a member of the Tri-County Fraud Group. We use ScanWriter to get through these bank records. We send some of the financial records over to Bailey. That's a specialized accounting firm that gives us good reports that we can give to law enforcement, and they identify almost the exact amount of exploitation, and they will come and testify in court for you. And then we also use the Forensic Assessment Center Network, the FACN. They will review records for us, medical records, and give us a professional opinion on some things when we need it. And also, they will go out and do in-person meetings with the client and determine capacity through giving them an assessment. So, how is APS investigating financial exploitation? Let's define it. Sorry. So for the definition of financial exploitation, when it comes to APS, when an alleged perpetrator is a caretaker, family member, or a other person who has an ongoing relationship with the alleged victim, financial exploitation is defined as the illegal or improper act or process of an alleged perpetrator using or attempting to use the resources of the alleged victim, including the alleged victim's Social Security number or other identifying information, and for monetary or personal benefit, profit, or gain without informed consent of the alleged victim. So I thought it was very interesting. I never thought about it in law enforcement. I did a lot of different cases, but I didn't do a lot of financial crimes. Again, I was at a smaller department and I did everything, and financial crimes takes a lot of time. And that I did not realize that getting someone's Social Security number and then using it to get credit for yourself is a form of exploitation. So when you're thinking about, is somebody suffering or being abused, neglected, or exploited, again, it's not your determination to make. Just report it to APS. I'm admitting that I was ignorant about what the definition was. So if I'm ignorant, I'm sure there's a lot of other people in the community that's not making the reports ignorant too. And that's the reason why we have so few reports of financial exploitation. When it comes to, and you just had a talk about undue influence. When it comes to, there is no informed consent when the consent is not voluntary. So a lot of times our clients are, they're not wanting to give access or sign that legal document to give access to the alleged perpetrator, but they feel forced, again, because that's the only person they have in their life that they can depend on. Induced by deception or coercion. We do have cases where the clients are being told that if you don't give me access to your money, I'm going to put you in a nursing home. How many people in this room dream about getting old and living in a facility? One person. It is probably a very nice facility with a heated pool and all those things, but we know that's not really the case. So again, if your loved one or your caretaker or a person that you're friends with at church tells you, if you do not give me access to your money, I'm not taking you to bingo, that's the only outlet that client has, they're probably going to be more inclined to give over consent. That's the information that we have to investigate and discern in APS. And then given by a client who the alleged perpetrator knows or should have known is unable to make informed and rational decisions because of diminished capacity or mental disease and defect. That's our biggest challenge in adult protective services, because again, clients are nobody wants to address the fact that you're getting older, and so clients are very reluctant to go to the doctor, stay on top of their health. They're very reluctant to share when they do go to the doctor that they're having some problems remembering. So when we at APS are trying to get those records, it's very hard for us to get a capacity statement from the primary care doctor when there's not enough information. So undue influence does make it hard for us to validate, and we do have unable to determine as a disposition, and a lot of times we do have to go with the unable to determine if we can't get over that threshold of did they or did they not have a diminished capacity. APS no longer investigates theft by a paid caretaker. That's just a quick number. Again, you don't have to know these definitions. You don't have to know the ins and outs of adult protective services. You just need to know that if you suspect abuse, neglect, or exploitation, please report it. So I'm going to quickly talk to you about a case study. We have 6 elements of exploitation. The 6 elements are, number 1, we have to have a client. We have to identify the alleged perpetrator as the caretaker, family member, or someone with ongoing relationship. We have to prove, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but preponderance of the evidence that there was an illegal or improper act. We also have to show that there was a use or attempt to use the client's resources, including their identifying information. And then we have to show that there was a profit, benefit, or gain. That's the tricky one, is showing that because the suspects are getting more and more clever. And then we also have that other hurdle, which is the informed consent. So on this case study, I'm going to quickly, I'm not going to read it word for word for time's sake. I'm just going to tell you a quick overview. So our client is 67 years old. His daughter-in-law works for Goldman Sachs, which is a financial advisement company where our client has, over $1 million invested. Well, he didn't have the $1 million invested until his daughter-in-law, who works for Goldman Sachs as a financial advisor, talked him into transferring his money from Edward Jones to Goldman Sachs. Okay. So in review, Goldman Sachs identified some improper acts in the account of our client where they found $550,000 of payments were being moved to pay for a Bank of America credit card. And then $250,000 was moved to, and it was deposited into Security Service Federal Credit Union, where we saw some activity, and of course it belonged to Joan, his daughter-in-law. So Goldman Sachs were the reporting party, and they told us they hadn't notified Joan yet. So we conducted our investigation, and when we conducted our investigation, we discovered that Jason is John's son, and he took him to the, before Joan talked the client into moving the money from Edward Jones to Goldman Sachs, Jason had taken the his dad to the doctor, and the doctor had diagnosed him with dementia, high blood pressure, and depression because his wife had passed away 4 months earlier. Okay. He lives alone in San Antonio, and Joan and their 3 kids, they live in Dallas. And through our investigation, we found Facebook pictures of Joan and her family enjoying a Disney cruise. And when we spoke to John, which is the client, he was upset about the situation. However, he didn't want to upset his son, and he felt like, well, if Joan took the money, they must have a logical explanation for taking it. So he was very reluctant to file the case with law enforcement. And law enforcement, APS, if you don't know this, law enforcement has to have a complainant. So they have to have a victim, and many times APS can't be the complainant. And law enforcement knows this is a hurdle when you have a client that is being exploited, but they don't want to file a criminal complaint. So the investigation revealed that Joan used John's money to pay off her financial debt and to take a family vacation. So we also discovered the client still had capacity to consent. But do you think when Joe, or when Jason talked to Joan and told her, hey, my dad has got dementia and depression. I mean, isn't that coincidental that within a month of taking him to the doctor and getting this diagnosis, she becomes his financial advisor and moves the money? And then she starts slowly, she didn't take $550,000 all at once. We know that it was a very slow process, but she did it so long that she got up to almost $1 million of taking his money. Now, anybody in here that's getting ready to retire, and Cortez, she's getting ready to retire. Have you already talked to your financial advisor about how your money's gonna work? Probably. We all should do that. So imagine all that money is coming out. Who pays the taxes on that? Who's got the burden of paying the tax bill? Joan or the client? Everybody that believes the client, raise your hand. Do you think the client's gonna have the taxes to pay over $1 million? No. At the end of the day, who bears the burden when our clients are financially exploited? Who is the one actually, ma'am? The public, because why? It's coming out of your taxes. So if you don't have a curiosity about financial exploitation, I hope before you leave this symposium, you're thinking about it more and how it's affecting you. Because if $3.1 billion is being exploited, do you know the tax deficit for Medicare fraud, I think, is $81 billion? So we're paying into that, and there's fraud happening all around. So by the time we get 65, there's not going to be anything left. So we reported to law enforcement. Again, our policy states that we have to make a report to law enforcement as soon as we believe that a crime is being committed. We report to law enforcement either by fax, email, by phone, and in person, or in by mail. Unfortunately, like I said, we did find some people are still receiving it by mail. We collect the medical records to support that the client doesn't lack capacity to consent, and then we sent the financial records over to Ide Bailey, and they produced us an analytical financial statement or report. And then we also looked at the physical neglect of the client. Because again, if he had $1 million to move, I'm telling you, he wasn't hurting. Okay, he wasn't hurting in his natural life. But again, do you want someone else to take your $1 million, whether you have 10 million or 1 million in the bank? $1 million is $1 million. And I mean, that's a significant amount of money. So, sorry, when we look at it, APS has a formula. So again, the client met, the alleged perpetrator met in this situation because she was a family member and she had an ongoing relationship. Had she not been a family member and had she not had the ongoing relationship, but she still had exploited him, APS would not investigate that case. Okay. Y'all are following me, right? That would just been a contractual relationship. There was an illegal or improper act, which was the moving of the money without the permission. And then we showed that she used the money to benefit profit or gain because she went on vacation, she paid off her bills. And then we showed that there was no informed consent by the client because he didn't give permission. Even though he didn't want to file a criminal complaint, he did not give permission. So at the end of the day, we got a validation. It's a valid disposition. And that's how we at APS work exploitation cases. This is a simple, pretty case. This is not the norm for us. I actually had to make it nice because I didn't want you guys to leave here thinking, I never want to listen to another APS presentation again. I will tell you that we have clients that are being cared for by people that they have longstanding relationships with, and the clients are leaving their homes with 10-inch by 14-inch skin missing and 3 inches deep into their back. Okay, so it's almost, I kind of say in other presentations, it's like the client is the dog and the alleged perpetrators are the fleas. And if you do have a client, or if you do have a dog that gets bit by fleas and you don't take care of your animal, the animal can eventually die away from some kind of disease that the flea is giving them. It's sucking off the blood out. Our clients are dying because they're laying in their own feces because they're literally an ATM for our alleged perpetrators. And I'm telling you, think back about all the people standing up earlier that was not reported, that represents a client that potentially is laying in their own feces and there's no voice for them. Now, collaborative efforts. APS does internal collaborative efforts. We have what we call a COMQUAT, which is a case management quality assurance team. And so what happens is for the EDI units, we're reviewing all of these complex cases with our district director, both EDI SMEs, our risk SME, and our legal and the supervisor. So we really look into these complex cases. We work collectively with law enforcement, and we're putting measures in place to prevent future exploitation, abuse, or neglect of our clients. Okay, we are taking this serious at Adult Protective Services, and we just want to spread the awareness. And how we do that, I go around and provide trainings for professionals, including law enforcement, financial institutions, medical, the community, just making them aware. Now, I have a video that I want to share. Do we have enough time, or am I way over? I'm good? Okay. I wanted to share this video with you. I'm very passionate, again, about the direction Adult Protective Services has taken. I mean, I'm so proud to work for this organization. Sorry. I read a lot of cases, and I get so aggravated because guys and ladies here in law enforcement, I don't have the good and bad anymore, and I don't have the ability to put handcuffs on people. And it's really sad when we have individuals that are being cared for by their, adult children, and they're dying from sepsis. I mean, we're in 2023, people. How do you die from sepsis? This video is put on by Eagle. We'll talk about that in just a minute. And I think it's a good representation of where I would like for us to all be. It's a video that shows that when we work together, we actually can make an impact on this epidemic that's affecting our elder and vulnerable community.
She had a pressure ulcer on her back, which when measured was about 11 by 13 inches, and you could actually see her spine.
He kept hitting me and hitting me and hitting me. And he said, "I'm gonna finish you off."
She would come
around, she would knock on the door, and after my insistence of him not answering the door, she started to knock on the windows.
I didn't like that at all.
What she started to do was slowly consolidate her aunt's financial accounts, and she also had her aunt sign a quitclaim deed. And that was done several months after Miss King was diagnosed with dementia.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of different ways for an older adult to become abused. Emotional abuse, financial abuse, physical abuse, neglect. Sexual assault certainly happens in older adults. Oftentimes, people who are abused in one way are actually abused in other ways as well.
1 in 10 individuals over the age of 60 are abused, yet only 1 in 25 report it.
So the issues of fear of intimidation and embarrassment, I think, are very common.
Not only is this a current problem, but it's become significantly enhanced with the increase in population. Then we have an obligation and responsibility to equip our officers with the proper tools of investigation and preservation of evidence.
What the patrol officers do when they respond to these scenes is absolutely critical in my final investigation. When they're there, they can ask questions of an investigative nature that I may not be able to ask later on.
Where there's a potential victim and a potential suspect in a house, we always separate them.
Bill, can I have you step back here, please, and talk to me for a minute? Just real quick. Appreciate it.
So the victim and the suspect can't hear each other.
Talking to the older adult privately and asking, is anybody hurting you? Are you afraid of anybody? Is anybody using your money without your permission?
Has he hurt you before?
Dig deeper, try to look for inconsistencies with what the victim could be saying.
Because a lot of times victims will lie to officers just to protect themselves from further abuse.
Use patience and understanding. The victim may be more willing to describe what's going on if you're patient with them and just are sympathetic and understanding.
Just because somebody has a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease or some other dementia doesn't mean we can't interview them and talk to them, but it does mean we want to pick the times. So for example, there's something called sundowning syndrome, where people with dementia get more confused later in the day.
Keep the questions very simple, very direct. If you need a time frame when something happened, give them anchors like what was on TV at the time. Was it light out? Was it dark out? Was it springtime? Was it summer? Was it winter? Was it bingo day?
One of the most important things is documentation of everything. Everything from smell to sight to, is there food in the house? Is there a place for someone to go to the bathroom, to wash, to brush their teeth?
Look at the evidence. What does the evidence tell you about what might be going on in the home? Talk to the neighbors. Look for other signs of violence in the home.
When you do see some evidence of bruising, asking if you can look at arms, legs, torso, whatever the person will allow you to see is very important because, as we know, bruises fade over time. Bruising that is on the head, neck, soles of the feet, buttocks, torso are highly suspicious related to possible abuse.
This is now my house.
If a suspected abuser hands you a durable power of attorney, don't assume that that means that there isn't a crime going on. A power of attorney is a document that authorizes somebody to act on someone else's behalf. And so legal ability to touch or move or negotiate funds is not the same as a blank check to steal those funds.
We're finding across the country more and more multidisciplinary teams forming so that when that frontline person has a concern, they have a place to go where they have a reliable mechanism where people with expertise in social services, medical care, prosecution, guardian, all those different groups can come together and help figure out what's going on and what needs to be done to protect this person.
We collaborate early. We talk about what to put in a search warrant. We talk about what photographs to take. We have these conversations because we're always sort of thinking to the end of the case.
These interviews and investigations have to be coordinated in such a way that they flow and give reassurance and confidence to the victim. They've just left a chaotic situation. What they don't need is a chaotic investigation.
Having an advocate with me was invaluable because it showed the victim at that time that that police weren't just there to investigate the crime, but the police were there to make sure that they were safe.
Adult Protective Services is in every state. Law enforcement should know who the caseworkers are on their local level.
They have information, they have resources, and frankly, they're really good at talking to these victims. A lot of times they're people that they trust.
And I appreciate what the social workers bring, and the social workers here appreciate what we bring a lot more, and the trust level has gone through the roof.
When a patrol officer goes into a situation where an older adult is there, and that older adult might be just sitting in the corner, not responsive, realize that's not normal aging. That's not what should be happening. To see if they're able to interact with you or if they seem withdrawn and afraid, that's a wonderful position that only a patrol officer might be able to really suss out for somebody.
Police officers in general have a pretty good intuition of when things aren't right.
See what's going on, what's bothering them, ask those simple questions that can potentially make a huge difference.
You're not gonna catch everything, but in the same token, just put a little bit effort forth, a little bit more, and might come out with something big.
So in the interest of time, I'm gonna get through real quick because I know your stomachs are grumbling and I don't want to hold you from the meals back there. A follow-up on the case that we just spoke about, I contacted Mr. Doe and I spoke with him about what happened regarding his daughter-in-law taking his money. And I was able to convince him to allow us to at least continue with our investigation. I notified the FBI. They, I guess, transferred it over with the Secret Service. And in the interim, the client did hire an attorney and the attorney was able to get all the money back from the Goldman Sachs, paid off the client with some interest. And the daughter-in-law lost her brokerage license. So she was unable to, you know, do her job anymore. There was no criminal investigation. However, it was they were notified of the situation. They would have prosecuted, but because it was kind of settled through a civil matter and they didn't want to mess up the family dynamics, that's how that case was resolved. Law enforcement, this is a good resource for you. Please visit eagle.usc.edu. It has, I mean, it's great for your phone. It actually has an evidence list that you can document in and send it to your email and it'll print up and you can attach it to your report. The next one is going to be financial institutions and financial planners. If we have financial planners in the room, what you can do to help with this epidemic is immediately report your suspicions, always report to APS, provide relevant and timely statements. Financial institutions, please, 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 if you make the report and we're requesting the records, work with us, get them to us sooner rather than later. Also understand we're not able to put a hold on the entire bank account. The only thing we can do is put a transaction hold. APS cannot freeze the client's account. If you think that, that's a myth, okay? APS cannot pick a client up from their home and transport them to the nursing home just because we want to. That's a myth. APS is actually a good agency and a good resource for our elder population. Moving on, what is APS doing? We're educating victims and families while we're in the casework, referring and making arrangements for money management and rep payees, and we're also making refers to guardianship court. It's a slow process. We are working diligently to, you know, help our clients out. Again, like every entity, we are short of staff. Things take a little bit longer, but we have workers that care. They are here because they have a service heart. They are going into homes where you can't sit down sometimes because it's so hoarded, and they're in the front lines doing, I call it God's work, because they're helping people get their dignity back. And then what we're doing in the community is, again, we are a member of the Bexar County Elder Abuse and Exploitation Task Force. We have members in the South Texas APS Community Board. We attend the San Antonio Fraud Meeting through ePay Resources, and we have the Forensic Assessment Center. Again, joint investigations with APS is welcomed with law enforcement. Please, please, please don't take the burden on yourself. Give us the opportunity to work with you. If you would like some training in the future, please see me. I left my business card in the back. Thank you. One more, there's my contact information. I do not work on the weekends. I work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, sometimes till 4 on Fridays. I just work through lunch, I'll be honest. Thank you again for participating and coming. Please help me spread the awareness of exploitation of the elderly so that we can combat it and stop that $3.1 billion leaving our elder population. Thank you.
And you're sticking around for a little bit, right?
Yes, I'll
Yeah.
be here.
So Stephanie's here if you have any questions.
That's good.
That's cool. We'll get them to sort this out. All right, well, lunch is here. Thank you
Thank you,
so much, Stephanie. That was so much information. My brain's gonna explode. So we do have lunch in the back, and then we're just gonna kind of get our lunches and come back to our tables because we're gonna have a working lunch. But stretch your feet. We'll take a few minutes. I don't know if we want to dismiss by row. How about everybody you just attack the back. We have ham, turkey, roast beef. There's some vegetarian roll wraps. So please, if you are a vegetarian, if you're not, and please leave those for the folks that really. Yeah, I think Joanne's not here anymore, is she? So the Successful Aging and Living in San Antonio is a collective impact movement through the San Antonio Area Foundation, and they paid for your lunch. So we thank them very much. So with that, I'm going to turn it over right now to our elder fraud prosecutor with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office, David Martin. He's going to tell us about elder fraud prosecution and give himself a quick introduction too as well. Thank you, David. And if online, let me hear you. Thank you.
All right. That's a lot louder round of applause than I normally get. Usually I get 75, 80 people right after lunch that are comatose in their nice food coma. And they know that they're coming back to hear about dead bodies or stabbings or something like that. So I appreciate the enthusiasm. That also means I don't have to apologize for photographs of, gory things right after lunch, which is nice. I am David Martin, from San Antonio, born and raised. Went to Clark High School, Texas A&M, sorry everybody, for college. And what is now Texas A&M's law school, I graduated there before it was sold and bought. I've been my 18th year as a prosecutor at the District Attorney's Office. I'm in my 6th month as an elder fraud prosecutor at the District Attorney's Office. So this is still pretty fresh in my mind. So hopefully we can get through it without too much of a problem. And yeah, I'm big on raising hands and telling me to be quiet. Jurors, who's been down to jury duty, right? Everybody. Yeah, what's the one thing you always want to tell the person when they're talking, right? Oh, be quiet, right? Just stop talking. Okay, well, that's kind of where I'm at. So I don't think I'll take the full hour. So I'm big on the stop me if you've heard this one. If I start talking about something too long that you heard about earlier this morning, just raise your hand and say, David, shut up. We know, move on. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about elder fraud from the prosecution perspective. How does this work? Where are we going? There we go. So what is elder fraud, right? With a lot of things in the law, lawyers like to make things difficult. So that means the longer we talk, the more we can charge you, the more money we make, right? So I'm just going to tell you what it's not. It's not that guy. All right. That is an elder Freud, and that is not who we are going to be talking about. We're talking about elder fraud. And generally, it's just any financial abuse of a person 65 years of age or older. Okay. Oftentimes we see things like embezzlement, family theft, nursing home theft, forgeries, identity theft, exploitation of elderly people. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of those, caregiver theft, right? You have a home health provider that comes into your house periodically just to make sure you're okay, take you to the grocery store, and then all of a sudden your $1 million diamond ring goes missing, right? Okay, that would be part of elder fraud and elder theft. One of the problems, it's very prevalent according to all the recent studies, and it keeps getting worse. Okay, obviously, the more people hit financial hard times and things are going bad for them, the more they need to seek money from other sources that are not legal, right? Over 13% of elderly Americans annually are victims of elder fraud on some degree. One of the problems with that is, you would think, well, there's millions of cases out there, right? Well, there actually aren't, because it hardly gets reported. We'll talk a little bit about why that is and what we can hopefully get the community to do to change that. In fact, 1 in 44 incidents of elder financial abuse ever gets reported to the authorities. So we'll say there's 88 people in here. If all of you are victims of elder fraud in some capacity, 2 of you will actually report it to the police. And of the 2 of you that report it, maybe 1 of you has a viable case that can even be prosecuted. And unfortunately, maybe only half of you are ever going to see a penny back. So that's why it's important that we stop it on the front end and not rely on people like me so much on the back end. Okay, and I think that's what y'all been talking about a lot this morning. It is a loss of about $3 billion annually. So we're talking about a lot of money that never gets recovered. All right, but I blame parents. Okay, everybody, when you're growing up, your parents say you can be anything you want to be. Right. Problem with that is called identity theft. You can be whoever you want so long as it's your own stuff. As soon as you start pretending to be somebody you're not, that's where we get into some problems. So identity theft, right? That's when somebody just uses your personal information without your permission to obtain goods or credit, right? Usually it's loans, cash, access to your bank account, stuff like that. In the worst cases, it could be they actually forge your signature on your property documents and they take your house out from under you without you knowing it. That would be very bad. So we need to be careful with that. What kind of information are we talking about though, right? Your social security number, your date of birth, your driver's license number, any internet passwords you have on your computer or phone dealing with your apps for your banking and everything like that. They get your account numbers, passwords. The big one is always the one question they always ask to verify who you are, right? Does anyone want to take a stab at what that is? What's your mother's maiden name, right? They always ask that. Well, that's easy. Just go look up my birth certificate because it's on there, right? And hackers are really good at doing all this stuff. Computer hacking is real big. That's one way they can get your stuff. Kind of what we're seeing a lot more of get presented to our office through the Inspector General or even from the federal agencies is mail theft. Okay, apartment complexes. You'll go out in the morning to get your mail and oh my God, the entire thing's broken open and everybody's mail is gone. It's like a buffet for these people so they can get numerous accounts, numerous names, numerous whatever, just to take all of your stuff. A big one is those pre-approved credit cards that come in the mail. Who gets those and who loves those, right? Nobody, right? They all go in the trash. Well, dumpster divers, they like you because you throw your stuff in the trash because they will get it. They'll send it in for you. They're more than happy to get you a credit card that they can go and buy TVs and watches and everything like that. So be careful with that kind of stuff. I talked a little about home health providers, long-term care providers also. Should people be in the unfortunate position where they have to go to assisted living or even an old folks home, as they call it, right? Those people will take advantage of you too. You don't see as many of those, thankfully, but we do see some. All right, but we're going to talk about financial abuse, okay? And that's just the wrongful taking or appropriating, obtaining, retention, or use of money or other property of another person by any means, including exerting undue influence on that person, okay? So that's as easy as the grandson saying, come on, grandma, I really need some money for a car. Come on, can you help me out? Grandma doesn't want to do it, but you keep pushing, you keep pushing, you keep pushing, right? And then finally, grandma caves and gives you the money. Well, you're really abusing grandma at that point, and don't do it. All right, and usually, we're talking about money, right? You know, nobody wants, well, they want, but most people don't want the expensive jewelry, right? Because what do you have to do to get cash for that? You got to go pawn it, right? Well, when you go pawn something, you have to give them your driver's license, and the pawn store, they actually have to keep records of what they brought in, who brought it in. Now they generally have nice surveillance videos, so when grandma's ring gets found on the open market, they track it back to grandson who took it and sold it for the money, right? It's much easier to get cash because it's a lot harder to trace. That's why they like to go after banks. That's where all the money is, right? And it's easy to get if you can get it. Who pays for that though? We do, right? All the banking customers do, right? Just like with insurance, it just gets rolled on to the other, customers that you have. So the good news is, if you're a victim of identity theft, are you going to get your money back? Probably. Okay, there's steps you have to take. Usually you have to fill out a fraud packet with the police, with the bank. They'll do some investigating just to double check and make sure that, okay, you actually are a victim of fraud. And then, if they're a good bank, they'll give you your money back while they investigate, which will be nice. Bank fraud, typically the same thing. Banks will do that. Theft, you have $5,000 hidden under your mattress, for an emergency, and that gets taken. Are you going to get that back? Probably not, right? Okay, so why do we target, well, not we, excuse me, I don't target elderly people, but why do people target the elderly, right? They're kind of like easy targets, right? They tend to have a lot of that cash that we talk about, okay? Either stored away for, a rainy day, or they just don't have transportation to get to the banks to buy things when they need, when they go down, walk down to the store or whatever. So it's liquid money. You just take the cash and you're good to go. You don't have to do anything else. A lot of times they live alone. Okay? There's nobody living with them that can keep an eye on all of their things, keep an eye on the jewelry box, make sure their jewelry is still there, or make sure, the money's under the mattress. They tend to be dependent on others. We see this a lot with door-to-door salesmen. They'll come out and they'll, spend all this time with the elderly person, befriending them and trying to gain their trust so that, they can ultimately get some of that money from them, right? So they rely on that interaction of other people. It's also not reported very often. Okay, for either they feel embarrassed that they got suckered, or they lose that independence, right? Well, if grandma got suckered out of all her money, then maybe grandma shouldn't be by herself. All of a sudden she goes into an assisted care facility, which nobody wants that. There could be memory issues, and I call them financial robots, right? Because when elderly people tend to get the same amount of money in every month, and they spend the same amount every month, right? Their income and expenses never change, which kind of leads to not checking your bank accounts to see how much money you have, right? Like, well, I get $3,000 a month, I spend $2,100 a month. I don't need to keep track of all of that, right? I know where all that money is. I know where it's going, until one day you look at your bank statement, or the bank calls you and says, hey, you're overdrawn, you need some money. And boom, all of a sudden, where'd my money go? And then we got to go and try and find it. So who targets the elderly? Unfortunately, a lot of times it's family and friends, okay? For whatever reason. They need money, they're in a tight spot. They're too greedy to wait for their inheritance to finally become theirs, so they go ahead and take a pre-withdrawal on it, right? While the person's still alive. Well, it's eventually going to be mine. Well, maybe. What if grandma gave it to the neighbor, or the cat society, right? And her will, and you don't get it, so you're taking her stuff. Financial advisors, caregivers, strangers, the door-to-door salesman. We'll get that a lot, as far as home repairs and things like that we'll talk about a little bit more. 2/3 of the perpetrators are actually family members that serve or assist or care for, an elderly loved one, which is pretty sad. But again, easy targets, right? That's what thieves tend to look for, the easy target. So financial abuse crimes, usually we're talking about theft. They're taking your stuff, your property, your money. They're using your credit or debit cards without your permission, or overusing them without your permission, or they're forgery. It's not even a word, right? Forging stuff to take your money. So let's look at these. One of the big ones that gets filed almost with everything is the exploitation of the elderly, which is intentionally, unknowingly, or recklessly causing or exploiting an elderly person. Seems pretty easy, right? Exploitation is the illegal or improper use of an elderly individual or their resources for monetary or personal benefit, profit, or gain. Sounds pretty broad, right? I can think of probably 10 companies right off hand that they use the elderly person's age for their company's benefit, profit, or gain, right? AARP, Medicare, right? Are they criminals? Probably. No, they're probably not. I'm just kidding. They're probably not. See, it's got to be the illegal or improper use, right? So all those people, they find a nice way to make it legal when they do it. But, so it's very broad. A lot of times there's a fiduciary relationship. That just means there's a position of trust, right? Where somebody's overseeing somebody else's assets for whatever reason. They're overseas, or they're elderly, they're have mental deficiencies, Alzheimer's disease, anything like that. You can be an unauthorized taking of assets, right? We're talking about the early withdrawal from the inheritance. Okay? Well, if it's going to someone else, it's not yours, and it's never going to be yours. So that early withdrawal is actually a crime. Transferring assets, that's also a big one we see a lot, where the elderly person, they either don't want to or aren't really able to take care of a lot of their finances. So they'll put someone on their account to take care of it for them under the ruse of, I'll do it, it's no big deal. What that really means is I will take all your money and you won't find it. So be careful with that. And just using funds from like Social Security check. Okay? If there's like a nursing home, typically they'll get the checks and it'll go into a general account, and then they'll give their residents whatever their allowance is or whatever, and they'll pay the bills. Well, Sticky Finger's employee gets a hold of that account or the checkbook, then all of a sudden they're writing their own checks, right? And taking all their money. So that's not good either. Good news for people with mental deficiencies. Just went into effect September 1st. The legislation is trying to help us out with these. They put a rebuttable presumption in the statute that any transfer, appropriation, or use of an elderly individual's money by a paid or unpaid caregiver of the elderly individual. Okay, so it can be a nursing home, or it can be, grandson, granddaughter is caring for grandma, right? The unauthorized transferring or appropriating of their stuff, this applies to that too. Okay, so there's a presumption that the transfer is wrongful if it is shown at trial that the actor knew or should have known that at the time of the offense, the elderly individual had been diagnosed with dementia, Alzheimer's disease, or a related disorder. Okay, well, what's a rebuttable presumption? That means the law says if you knew or should have known that your grandma had Alzheimer's disease, which that typically is kind of easy to spot coming, right? Once it gets kind of more progressive. If you knew or should have known that, your taking of grandma's money or appropriating her property or whatever, it's presumed to be illegal, no matter what. And it's that person's job to prove in court why it was legal. Okay, so it kind of, they like to call it, shifting the burden or moving the goalposts and that kind of stuff. But, for for someone with a diminished mental capacity, don't you think it'd be pretty hard for someone to prosecute and say, you know, this person with a diminished mental capacity never intended this person to take their stuff? That'd be pretty hard, right? And they might be memory loss, they might not remember, they might think they did. Well, this flips it. So you can't, it makes it harder to take advantage of those people because now it's presumed that you did it illegally. And you have to tell us why we shouldn't hold you accountable and why you are able to take it. Theft is probably the biggest one, and it can be kind of a bunch of different things. There are a lot of legal definitions in the theft statute. We're not going to go over all of them or talk about them, but theft is what you think it is, right? It's just unlawfully taking somebody's stuff without their consent. The law actually calls it without their effective consent. There's kind of a converse to that. It is without the person's effective consent if it's done through coercion or with deception. Okay, we'll see that a lot with all the contractor cases, the home contracts, okay? And that's typically where that goes. So what are we talking about? Well, there's shoplifting. That's an easy one, right? Doesn't really apply to the elderly so much, but that's what theft is. You know, there's something you want that you're not legally entitled to have, so you just take it. Same thing. Take their stuff without their permission, or you know, let's say grandma says, you know, go take $20 out of the ATM and you know, go buy us some McDonald's for lunch or whatever, right? Well, it turns out you take $2,000 out of that ATM. Well, that's still a theft because you did not have grandma's effective consent to take the $1,800 or the $1,980 extra that you took. Borrow money and not repay it. That gets a little trickier, but between family members, it's a little bit more realistic that we'd be able to do something with that. Taking their retirement checks, you know, we talked about the nursing homes. You know, they almost all typically do that where the Social Security check gets paid to the home as part of like just their normal contract with their residents. But it's what happens with it after that could be the problem. You know, taking money for expenses that they don't authorize, or, you know, just flat out taking it to use it for yourself would all fit under that. And then home improvement contracts, those get a little trickier. We'll talk about those a little bit in a minute. All right, for an elder theft, it's any theft. Okay? It could be any theft under the statute. Just has to be a victim 65 years of age or older. You know, and a lot of times, you know, it can be taking stuff from their house, you know, money, everything like that. But deception is the key, right? We all see it when it happens, right? Big hailstorm comes by, everyone's roof gets messed up. You know, you go to, you know, a lower income neighborhood and there's people walking the streets with, you know, tool belts and hammers saying, hey, I can fix your roof right now, right? Yeah, no, you probably can't. But, you know, they'll try and get your money. So when to deceive someone, you either create or conform by words or conduct a false impression of law or the fact that it's likely to affect the judgment of another in the transaction, and the person does not believe it to be true. So if I'm trying to get you to believe something and I don't believe it to be true, or I know it's not true, then I'm deceiving you, right? It makes perfect sense. With these kind of cases, with the contractor cases, what we usually see is a promised performance that is like a promise of a performance that is likely to affect the judgment of another in the transaction, and that the actor does not intend to perform or knows will not be performed. Okay. So if I've never fixed a roof in my life and I say I can fix your roof for $50, probably not going to happen. Okay. So when I take off with your money, there's a good theft case there. You know, if I am a reputable roofing company and, you know, I say I can fix your roof and we come to an agreement on that, and all of a sudden, you know, something happens to me or my company and, you know, we're not able to finish the project, does that necessarily mean, you know, that I'm committing a crime of theft? Sometimes not. So for the promise performance, the failure to perform the promise in issue. So either fixing your roof or your plumbing or whatever I promised to do, right? Without other evidence of intent or knowledge is not sufficient proof that the actor did not intend to perform or knew the promise would not be performed. Okay, that's the big hurdle with a lot of those types of cases. And we see a lot of those. And unfortunately, a lot of them get in that gray area where maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It'd be easier if they just, wore a fraud shirt to the door, right? They're like, hi, I'm a fraud. Well, yeah. So what makes a contractor case? Okay, and this is a fairly high amount of cases that we tend to see. What makes it go from a breach of contract to an actual criminal offense? Okay, which I don't want to say is our goal, but if it needs to get there, how do we get it there? And what makes it different, right? The ultimate goal is to either get the job done or get the money back for the victim, right? That's ultimately what the goal is. A lot of times it has to be done civilly, just something happens, the contract doesn't get fulfilled, that becomes a civil issue, especially under times where there's a good faith effort to actually finish the job, right? So what the case law says is a claim of theft made in connection with a contract requires proof of more than an intent to deprive the owner of property and subsequent appropriation of the property. Usually we're talking cash. In that circumstance, the state must prove that the appropriation was a result of a false pretext or fraud. Moreover, the evidence must show that the accused intended to deprive the owner of the property at the time the property was taken, okay? Because that's what a contract is, essentially, right? And we'll keep talking about roofs, we get into a contract, I'm gonna fix your roof, and you're gonna pay me money, right? Well, when you give me the money, and I'm supposed to go get the supplies and everything to come and fix your roof, well, I'm appropriating your money with your consent. So that cannot be a theft just by the black and white of the law, right? So there has to be something more to that, okay? It also has to be at the time that we enter into that contract. If 6 months down the road, I quit doing the job or whatever, and I start, coming up with all these excuses and being deceptive and everything like that, that may not count. Okay, because at the time we came into that contract and I appropriated your money, I had your consent. Okay, withdrawing your consent later, that's a breach of a contract issue. Okay, so failing to give the money back, those cases get a little bit more difficult for our office to be able to really handle. We do what we can, we do the best we can. Sometimes there's unfortunately not a whole lot that can be done. So what are we looking at? We're for the deception, when the contract is entered into, okay, we need, and what we're looking for is some repeated pattern of conduct by the actor. Okay, have they done this to someone else before? If they have, who was it? We need to get that information too. There's the partial performance issue. If they never ever start the job, that's kind of leans more towards the theft avenue, right? The criminal avenue. If they do some of it and come up with excuses why they can't finish, that gets a little grayer. And we talk, deception after the event is not sufficient. All right. So what are we looking for? These are some things that we've actually seen and actually have been judged by the courts to say, yeah, stuff like this is enough for deception. Okay. False advertising. Right? If I say I'm, the best, roofer this side of the Mississippi, yet I've never ever done anything on a roof in my life because I'm scared of heights. If the state can prove that, then that goes towards deception, right? Overstating qualifications, we'll see that a lot. Kind of the new thing is to go and be either an employee or a subcontractor for somebody that does some sort of work. Get as little knowledge as you think you need until you can go and do something. Then you go do your own thing, right? You go down to Kinko's and well, I guess it's FedEx office now, and get your own business card and say, look, I've been doing roofs for 20 years. I know you've been working as a receptionist for a roofing company for 20 years and you've been on one roof. That doesn't mean you've been roofing for 20 years, right? So overstating your qualifications, fake reviews, right? Yelp is awesome. Does everyone love Yelp? No. Food coma, starting to set in. Yeah, I see the face. All right, right, like Yelp, Yahoo, Google reviews, all of those things. It's pretty simple. Like Joe's Roofing Company, 5 stars. Everyone says Joe's the best. Okay, well, there's actually one case that went through the appellate courts where all the reviews on Joe's Roofing Company's site and everything were all from Joe's relatives and friends. So they all just got on there and said, Joe did my roof. He's awesome. He's the best. Well, they were able to track those down and find out who those people were. And, that's a huge part of false advertising, right? Fake or no licenses or insurance. Okay? If you don't have a contractor's license, that's a big problem. Okay, you have all these contracts to do all this work that you're not authorized to do. That's good for for us, for the prosecution side, right? To show that there's no way they were going to do this stuff. They're not registered with any agency or regulation agency with the state to do their kind of work. They're not bonded. They have a fake business address. Okay. We get into a contract and here's my business card with my address. 3 months later, I'm not answering your phone calls, and you go out there and like that Indeed commercial, right? You get out of the taxi and you're just out in the middle of a cornfield. There's no office there, but that's the address, right? That's a problem. Leans heavily for deception. And anything that we can find, right, that just shows that they never intended to complete what they contracted to complete. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. And the more the merrier, right? All right, credit debit card abuse. We get a lot of these, unfortunately. And there are situations kind of like I already mentioned, you get grandma's credit card. She says, go to the store and get me some milk. You go and get milk, and then you get, 17 briskets and 20 cases of beer for the barbecue with your friends on the weekend. And well, you weren't authorized to do that, right? So that could be a problem. So with intent, you obtain a benefit fraudulently. You present or use a credit card with the knowledge that it hasn't been issued to you, or you possess it with intent to use it without the effective consent of the cardholder. Okay. So theft goes under this one also. Overusing the credit card, or grandma saying just keep the credit card. When I ask you on the way home from work, just stop by and pick something up. Well, you stop and on your own without grandma's permission and get your briskets. That's credit card abuse, right? Because you don't have grandma's consent to use it at that time. All right. Don't get as many of these, but misapplication of fiduciary property usually pertains to wrongful acts committed by a guardian, trustee, or an agent appointed under a durable power of attorney. Right? We talked about that relationship of trust. So if somebody has a power of attorney, that someone has the ability to do a lot of their financial business or anything like that, and they do something that they're not necessarily not permitted to do, but that it kind of outside of what they're permitted to, right? Yes, you can use my bank account to pay my electric bill, but not to fund a cruise to Alaska with you and your spouse, right? That would be misapplying fiduciary property, right? Because you have the authorization to pay the water bill, not go out on the water on a cruise, right? That's intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly misapplying property that you hold as a fiduciary in a manner that involves substantial risk of loss to the owner of the property. So yeah, you pay for a giant cruise like that, that money's probably gone. Okay? Substantial risk of loss to that person that they're never going to get their money back. And that's essentially what we're looking at. In the agreement, it can be of any kind. It doesn't have to be a power of attorney. It could just be, they're harder to prove, but it could be a verbal agreement. When a couple of years ago, everyone was getting sick with COVID and everything, right? A lot of elderly people were spending time in the hospital, right? It's like, well, I'm going to be in the hospital for, a few weeks. I'm sick. I need you to take care of my bills. So go take care of my bills. Well, that was the agreement, okay? Whether it's in writing or a power of attorney or not. And when you kind of go outside of that, knowing what your duties were and your responsibilities were, then that gets into misapplying their property, right? Nobody was going on cruises then, so no Alaskan cruises, but your Uber Eats account, you pay off your Uber Eats account. There you go. A lot of time it's caretakers, right? Family, friends, long-term facilities. You got to watch out for those attorneys, right? Attorney ad litems that are appointed by the probate court. I would say all of them are good. You're not going to have a problem. So I don't know why they put that on this list, but it's on here just, I guess, in case. No, there's a bad apple out there somewhere. Trust me. So be careful for that. Financial advisors and everything like that. And it's the risk of loss. Okay. And this is a little bit weird, but I don't know that it would ever happen. But if you take, you liquidate grandma's, or not even grandma, well, it could be grandma, it's any fiduciary, but let's say the fiduciary goes out and liquidates the account, goes and buys, the Powerball ticket, right? $200,000 worth of tickets, but they win. All right, now they got like $900 million cash, but they put that 200,000 back in the account, plus a little extra. Right? Say they put $1 million back in the account. Well, unfortunately, that's not a misapplication, because as everything went through, the elderly person actually benefited from the misapplication, right? Which doesn't seem right. Like, I can take your stuff and it's okay as long as I give you more stuff back. Like, if you benefit from my malfeasance, I'm good. I don't get that. But, if you want to take all my money and, win the Powerball and give me a bunch of it, we can talk later. All about that. This one also happens almost all the time. Fraudulent use or possession of identifying information. With the intent to defraud or harm another, you obtain, possess, transfer, or use an item of identifying information without the person's effective consent, right? And I just do that in there because it's in there, or a person under 18. So if you take someone under 18's social security number, whether they allowed you to or not, don't matter, not allowed to do that. So we're usually talking, name, date of birth, social security, same kind of identifying stuff we talked about for identity theft, right? This is a good one I like though. Under unique biometric data, a retina or iris image. Can someone think of how that might be used? Who has an iPhone? Right? Yeah, the Face ID, retinal imaging stuff. Yeah. So make sure you turn that off when you go to sleep, because you don't want someone prying your eyeball open and you wake up and you're poor tomorrow because they took all your stuff. Right? So be careful. Careful who you sleep with. And that's not just for forgery. That's correct. Forgery, altering, making, completing, executing, or authenticating any writing so it purports to be either the act of another who didn't authorize it, or executed at a time and place or number sequence that it wasn't, or a copy of an original when no original existed. Again, lawyers are weird. How can you have a copy of an original when no original existed, right? But anyway. So yeah, but that's just, a fake birth certificate, right? You present and go, no, this is a copy, and but that never existed, so it's a forgery, right? What All right, it's got to have the intent to defraud or harm another. And writing is almost anything, right? It could be money, it can be a contract, it could be a will, it could be a deed, just about anything you can think of. And that's what we generally see: wills, powers of attorney, deeds, deeds of trust, mortgages, credit card applications. Unfortunately, every now and then we'll see a deed of, from a house, where they're saying this person's selling the house when they're not. Luckily, it's not very prevalent, but some issues that we find with financial abuse, right? We can talk about financial abuse and what it is all day long, but unless there's something that, we can present to a jury in order to get a conviction, we're just talking, right? And that's not what we're about. We're about trying to hold people accountable when they do these kind of things, to elderly people. One thing is, capacity issue. Did the victim have capacity when this happened? Do they have capacity now? Okay. Are they going to have capacity, as the case plays out through the process? Identifying the perpetrator. If a lot of this stuff happens online, how are we going to be able to figure out who's doing it? All right. You got to follow the money, but, whose hands is that money going into? Okay. It's one thing to follow it from bank to bank, but we need to get it from bank account to person's hand. Okay. And that can be difficult sometimes. And time, we talked about there's a delay in reporting time. Then it takes time to file a case. It takes time for us to process a case, to prosecute a case, to get a case to a resolution. And unfortunately, the older people get, the less time they have that we are able to do that. Okay, so time is also a huge factor. So how do we prove financial abuse cases, right? Anything possible, right? Anything you can think of, we want it. Okay? It may be helpful, it may not, but the only way to know that is if we have it. Okay, business records, from the banks, from credit card agencies, and everything like that. Bank accounts, like I said, we need to track it from not only from the accounts, but to the person. Okay, it's one thing to say, well, it went into, Bob's bank account, but if we can show Bob at an ATM on a surveillance camera pulling money out of that account, that's a lot better. Okay, so we're looking for that kind of stuff. Copies of contracts, wills, deeds, powers of attorney, all of that kind of stuff. Any control of money, right? So powers of attorney are huge. So who's in control of the money? Any witnesses, right? Obviously, you have an elderly victim. We're going to want to get as much information from that person as we can to be able to show not only what was done, but how it was done, who did it, and hopefully hold that person accountable. Written statements, bank records, pretty much anything from them that they can provide, we would need. Other witnesses, right? Forgery of check cases, the bank teller who cashed the check. We will need them to identify who cashed the check. Okay. Luckily, surveillance video, it's awesome, and it's like everywhere now. But we still need them to be able to say, yeah, this was the person who came in with that check and I gave them the money, right? We talked in contractor cases. Have they done this to other people before, right? One good place to look, Better Business Bureau, okay? Everybody loves to go on the Better Business Bureau and complain about companies, right? You thought Yelp and Google were bad. Try the Better Business Bureau. But can we find those people? Okay. There's 20 people on there saying, yeah, he did the exact same thing to me. He did the exact same thing to me. Okay. Well, it's one thing to be able to say, yeah, he did this exact same thing to a bunch of people, but how do we show it? Right. So if we end up in a trial where we're asking a jury to convict somebody of, theft for contractor cases, we need a couple of those people, right? To come and say, yeah, he did the same thing to me. He did the same thing to me. And the great thing is we're usually not allowed to do that. Okay, in a lot of cases, we're not allowed to say, yeah, he's done that to me before. He's done that to another person before. But in these kind of cases, the courts almost ask us to. All right, find as many people as they've victimized, bring them all in at once, and tell us why this is a crime. So that's good stuff. We like that. Surveillance video, medical records, forgeries are big. Handwriting exemplars, right? I'm sure everybody has a handwriting expert, in their Rolodex. For those younger people, a Rolodex is like your contacts list in your phone, but it's paper and you flip through it and you find who you're going to call and talk to, right? Back when you actually had to push the numbers one by one. And I pretend to be old, but I'm not. Despite what my kids say, they say I'm the oldest person ever. They ask who, my dinosaur friends were. Wasn't alive in the dinosaurs, but whatever. So yeah, I mean, handwriting exemplars, right? If you can get, a suspect to write something out or get something from their bank records, right? You get their bank records and they filled out their signature card and they signed it and everything. Well, take that and take that forged check, take it to somebody who does handwriting comparisons and, see what they can find, right? Help us make sure that that's actually the person doing this stuff. Forensic accountants, we don't really need those too much. I think once you get into those kind of dollars, I think, the FBI guy that was here earlier, he'll probably end up dealing with that. So we're good there. And always a good idea. If you can get the person, the suspect to talk to you, that's awesome. I'm talking to you guys over there, right? If you can get him to talk to you, great. Okay. You'd be surprised how stupid these people are and the things they will say. And if you don't believe me, I got jail calls that'll prove it. So, okay. The impact on the elderly, right? Obviously, the big one is the financial loss. Okay, and can we even recover the money? All right. If we're talking $3,000 or $4,000, it hurts, but it's probably not going, in the grand scheme of things, is gonna be a big deal. We start talking $20,000, $30,000, because my roof is leaking and I need somebody to fix it. And the one day a year that it actually rains in San Antonio, it rained, and now I got a puddle in my living room. That gets expensive. And we talked about the fixed income and the fixed expenses. They just don't have the money to recover from that. Okay, so that's one big thing that we're trying to do. If we can get them money, yeah, I try and get them every penny I can. Okay, mental health issues. All right. Did they already have a mental health issue? But if you're a victim of elder fraud, you're probably going to have some sort of mental health issue after, right? You're going to have that anxiety. Are they going to put me in a nursing home because, I lost $30,000 playing Pokemon Go with this guy, right? It's a pretty anxious moment. They get depressed because, they had a lot of money. Okay. I get depressed when I get a $1 scratch-off ticket and I lose. It's like I should have bought a soda. Bad. They feel embarrassed. How can I have fallen for that? And we see that a lot when they finally do make a report. Well, why did you trust that guy? Well, his bid was $30,000 cheaper than everyone else. Yeah, why do you think that is? Okay, not because he's the best. So there's embarrassment. The fear of loss of independence, right? Are they going to not let me live alone anymore? Loss of trust. Who can I trust? If my family is going to take all my money from me, who can I trust when I need help? Okay. Loss of identity, the identity theft. Has anyone been a victim of identity theft? Years ago. Yeah. All right. Even with LifeLock, okay? Those who know what LifeLock is. If someone steals your identity, it takes forever to undo that. And it'll never be fully undone. And what's one thing elderly people, 65 and older, do not have forever, right? So they may never get that cleared up. So when you're talking, car loan, you're renting an apartment and they run your credit, good luck with that, right? And all the family drama, okay? Like I said, if you can't trust your family with your money, who are you gonna trust? And then, grandson takes all my money. Well, what about, his parents, your kids? Whose side are they gonna take? Their child or their parent? Causes way too much drama. So I have a couple minutes. I'll take a few questions. I have no answers, but I'll take questions. And the French poet Paul Valéry famously said, the best way to make your dreams come true is to wake up. So I'm finally done talking, so all of you can wake up. Your dream has come true. Yes.
We work with adult seniors in a community center for the Parks and Recreation Department. So we have a lot of members who share stuff like this, but is there an elder fraud number to refer them to? There's something you refer them to, and at what point do we make all the settings for the APS matter? Using APS, and either working together. What do you advise?
Yeah, if something like this happens, I would say the best place to start would probably be, a call to APS because they have investigative resources and tools. The other one would be to make a report with the police. Almost every bank or institution, if you say, someone was using my account without my permission, they're going to want a police report number so they can at least, so that's kind of the big thing. Making a false police report's a crime, so I guess they use it as a kind of like a litmus test. If you're not going to file a police report, why should I believe that it's fraud? But yeah, starting there, and the police can probably get you in contact with APS, and they can get that ball rolling. I also take cookies. Oh, Kelvin's got a cookie.
Yes, I have a question. Is financial abuse evidence limited to individuals age 65 plus? Also, what about an individual who is age 62?
Okay. I'm gonna say yes and no to the first one. In order for it to be an elder fraud or an elder theft, the person has to be age 65 or older. It would still be a crime, like someone, if you're 62, it would still be a theft, it would still be a fraud, it would still be a forgery. What the elder part does is that it makes it kind of more serious. It bumps the punishment that person is looking at up to the next level. Okay, so if a regular forgery, is a third-degree felony against someone who's 62, against somebody 65 or older, it would be a second-degree felony. So it bumps their punishment up a little bit higher, but it would still be a crime. The conduct itself is still a crime. It's just the punishment that person would be subject to changes. That's a good question. I also take tomatoes if you want to throw some tomatoes. All right, you got one more?
In your experience as a prosecutor, when you go before juries, and that's if the case ever gets to it, do you see a lot of defendants maybe taking plea before getting before a jury, or do they feel pretty confident, like, yeah, well, I'm gonna prove this? And if it does get before a jury, do you find the jurors are sympathetic, less sympathetic, or extremely passionate about, oh my God, I can't believe you did this to somebody, this could have been me and someone? In your career as a prosecutor, how do you see, that like twofold? Do they plead out to be critical? Do they want to go before a jury? And how do juries react to all this?
Yeah, I would say a very, very large percent of the cases do end up in some sort of a plea bargain resolution. I mean, especially for, elder cases, we talked about it getting bumped up to the next level. it gets to be a little bit more serious for them, right? You know, we're not looking at, you know, a year in county jail with 2 or 3 for 1 credit. We're talking, you know, big time, right? So they tend to want to work something out, especially if it means that they won't have to go to prison. Which, like I said, with elderly folks, you know, one of our top priorities is getting them, you know, their money back so they can use it before, you know, they're not able to use it anymore. So yeah, I mean, unless you have a long history of doing this kind of stuff, you know, if you say you can pay the money back, we'll give you a chance to show us you can pay the money back, you know, and if you can on probation, then great. If you can't, then we can talk about, you know, the other option being prison. To answer the second part, yeah, they typically are cocky. I mean, thieves, you know, and criminals like that tend to be, you know, you're never going to catch me, or okay, you caught me, but you're never going to prove it. Like, okay, well, it's like I said, it's a lot different when if you prove it, you know, I do a year in jail, okay, whatever. But if I could get 20 years in prison, but you're telling me I have a chance to not go to prison if I sign some paperwork and, you know, agree to pay the money back, then yeah, I'm going to fold and I'm going to do that instead, right? In juries, they're very unpredictable as far as, you know, how they perceive things, which goes back to the, you know, the evidence. The more evidence we can provide a jury to say, look, this is a repeated pattern of conduct. It's not just, you know, he did this once to this one person. Does anyone come in and say, well, you know, my mom died in, you know, Germany, so I had to go to Germany and I didn't have my phone and all this kind of stuff. Juries, well, maybe that's true. Well, his mom didn't die in Germany 17 times. Okay, when these other 17 people, you know, were basically scammed the same way he was. So the more we have, the more receptive juries are to doing what we want, which is, you know, convicting them and holding them accountable. And that's across the board on all crimes. But back in my former prosecutor life, when I was doing, you know, violent crimes and sex crimes and stuff like that, I would get so frustrated, you know, after trials where juries be like, yeah, you know, we believe her, we thought, you know, or we think he did it, or, you know, whatever, yeah, we believe it, yeah. But you found him not guilty. Yeah, we just weren't sure. Right? Well, you can't believe it and not be sure, right? You know, which is where the proof beyond a reasonable doubt comes in, is that's, you know, it's the highest burden in the land, and, you know, depending on the consequences and what happened, you know, different, you know, juries require a lot more than others. So the more evidence we have, the better chance we have. And also the more evidence we have, the more likely they are to, you know, fold and plea bargain and everything like that. And that's one thing I think a lot of times the public doesn't really see, is that, you know, they'll see things on the news where a case, you know, with the outcome isn't maybe what that person reading the story thought should have happened, but, you know, there's reasons for it. You know, the cases that don't have evidence, they don't really get filed. The cases that have all the evidence, they tend to plea out, right? The trials are usually the ones in that middle area that there's a lot of gray area that, you know, it's our job to color in you know, as much of that Scantron. Does anyone remember Scantrons? Right? Color in as many of those bubbles as we can, and, you know, if we're one bubble short, you know, then we don't get the outcome we were hoping for. But yeah, it's a good question. I do not run.
Question. I work with the city's Department of DHS. I'm a financial counselor for seniors to help them with, you know, budgeting and stuff like that. As of late, I've come across numerous clients who have fallen victim to solar panel sales. And in my efforts to content advocate for them, I'll call and, the companies in this area, so say, hey, they can afford this, they're on a small, income, like, why would you do this? Well, they signed it. I tried to refer them to like pro bono legal, Rio Grande, some of the other local legal resources, but I don't know how to help them because it's kind of egregious. It's like $30,000 contracts when they're 85 years old.
Yeah.
So I'll call them and say like, hey, you're a shark. They're a victim. Come on. What are you guys doing? Well, they signed it.
Yeah. It'll take you 40 years to return your investment on this, but you should do it because you're going to be 125, I believe.
Corporation, what direction, I guess legally, can I try to offer to these folks?
I would keep sending them, where you are, either to pro bono attorneys, legal aid, anything like that. As a prosecutor, we're not allowed to give legal advice, but as a child of an elderly individual, if that were to happen to, to one of my parents, I would tell them, that was a bad decision, a $30,000 contract with these people. You gave them 10 up front and be like, okay, well, that's horrible. We're probably not going to see that $10,000, but let's not lose another 20. And I'd probably just breach the contract and let them sue you civilly to try and recoup their money, because they're probably not going to do it. If they're scammers, they're probably not going to want to get into court and say, you breached a contract with me, you owe me money. They'll go, unfortunately, scam somebody else to recoup that. Because to them, they're up $10,000 either way. In that fake scenario that my mom did.
Yeah. Okay, so in that scenario, the best method would say to attempt to reach contract directly with those corporations.
I would talk to them for sure.
Have an attorney review the contract, see if there's any way to terminate it first.
Right, yeah, and that's another good point. A lot of these people, their contracts aren't legally binding anyway.
I call in an application for them and I'll say, okay, give me the contract, show me where you said that this was free. And it never says it's free.
Yeah.
And I'll say, okay, well, they asked for the service and they paid 5,000 down and then they canceled. And then you guys kept their 5,000. Why? They should have gotten that back. Oh, well, they kind of lose a 3-day limitation. Where's the contract? So I run across that a lot and they can't afford legal services.
Yeah. And sadly, that's why it happens to them. These people are, I dare say the word smart. They're thoughtful. We're at time. It's okay. The Attorney General's office or. Well, thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you. That was fantastic. Great. I will let you kind of introduce yourself. Professor of Psychiatry at UT Health, medical degree. He's awesome. Faculty since 2005. I'll run through these, right? But he also works with Adult Protective Services, right? He's a primary consultant for Texas APS Region 8, where he does capacity assessment. So all of our APS folks tend to know him. I saw you guys hugging him there. So it's great, and he is he's our founding president, right, for the APS Community Board. He was the he was the interim president because nobody else would do it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason Schillerstrom. Thank you.
Thanks, Byron. Yeah. All right, yeah, I'm Jason Schillerstrom. I'm a geriatric psychiatrist. This is what we look like right here, geriatric psychiatrist. Yeah, and so I work at UT Health. I've been at UT Health since 2005. I've been working with adult protective services since 2008. I do capacity assessments for adult protective services and other local attorneys involved in lots of guardianship cases and will disputes, that kind of thing. Today I was asked to come talk with you about managing difficult behaviors in patients with Alzheimer's and other dementias, right? Managing difficult behaviors in patients with Alzheimer's. There's a lot of different things I do in my job. I educate the residents. I'm the residency program director. We have 80 psychiatry residents at our program. We train the Air Force's psychiatrists. If you ever wondered where the Air Force gets their psychiatrists from, they get them from us. And what else? I have a clinic on Mondays. But for this, one of the things that I also do is I supervise the psychotherapy clinics at UT Health. And so a lot of this talk is actually, in a way, especially the communication part, it's really kind of psychotherapy rooted, which is really a hat I don't get to wear a lot when I'm talking with people. So that'll be fun for me today. Thanks to APS for inviting me to talk. Today we are going to, this is what we're going to learn. We're going to learn about kind of learning objectives, our communication. We're going to spend probably maybe the most time talking about kind of communication strategies in elders with behavioral problems, behavioral disturbances. I am going to talk about non-pharmacological interventions, and I am going to talk about medications. But I'm not going to talk a lot about them because of the audience, right? So most of y'all, I imagine, aren't out prescribing medications, and you're probably not a massage therapist or you might be a dog trainer, but you probably don't do a lot of the non-pharmacological interventions directly. So it's good to know about non-pharmacological interventions. It's good to know about the pharmacy to treat difficult behaviors in elders with dementia. But really, for most of y'all, for the audience, what can you really do? What you can all do is communicate, right? I mean, that's what we can do, is try to communicate our way out of the agitation. So managing difficult behaviors in persons with dementia. What are the difficult behaviors? What are the difficult behaviors that you encounter? Anger, right? Anger, agitation, that kind of thing, right? For sure. What else? Kind of confusion, and how might the confusion manifest? What might they be doing that they shouldn't be doing? Stubbornness, but what about with going back to confusion though? Not remembering. Yeah, but is not remembering really a problem? Is that really a behavior problem? Not really, right? It could lead to agitation, and that would be a problem. But probably a good example of confusion and not remembering, that kind of thing, would be wandering behaviors, right? So elders who are like leaving their home, going out into the community, being picked up by SAPD, hopefully they remember their address, right? So wandering behaviors. What else? What's that? So getting lost, again, that'd be kind of wandering, getting lost. We have agitation, we have wandering. Oh, there's a hint on the screen. Sexual disinhibition. That's right. There you go. Yeah. So inappropriate sexual behaviors, right? We'll see that. Inappropriate sexual behaviors. And probably the other difficult behavior is sleep-wake reversal, right? Elders who are, their sleep-wake cycles are reversed. They're up all night, and their caregiver's up all night, and then they're sleeping during the day, and it can just be a mess, right? So those are probably the behavioral problems that I see the most, right? Agitation, wandering behaviors. inappropriate sexual behaviors, and sleep-wake reversal. Those are probably the ones I see the most. And so we can kind of talk about like how common are these behaviors, right? How common are these behaviors? And so let me go here. There. And so I'm kind of looking at the prevalence of agitation, because agitation is really the one I think that y'all encounter the most. Maybe wandering for sure, maybe sexual disinhibition. Usually sleep-wake reversal isn't kind of the target problem with this audience, but nonetheless, agitation definitely is. And so there was a retrospective study done that examined 320,000 community-dwelling elders with dementia. So 320,000 community dwelling, that means not in a nursing home, not an assisted living facility, living in the community, in a home, in an apartment, whatever. 320,000 community dwelling adults. And they went through this big national database, and they just combed the database looking for evidence of agitation, right? Evidence of agitation. So out of this 320,000 group, right? What percent would you guess had agitation or symptoms of agitation documented in the medical record? 90%. They're just all angry, right? Any other guesses? What's that? 40% maybe? Yeah, so about half, right? About 45%, right? About 45% of elders with dementia who live in the community, right? Not nursing homes even, but in the community, 45% had agitation. And so the big learning point here is that it's not uncommon, it's very common. So if you're responding, if you're, an APS worker, if you're a law enforcement officer, if, EMS, when you show up to a person's house, you shouldn't be surprised to find that the elder is agitated. That shouldn't be a surprise. It should almost be the expectation, right? You're not going to show up and find a sweet little old lady, right? That's less likely, right? It's as likely, I should say, to find like a really angry, agitated person. So about half of elders have clinically significant agitation. And so what we can all do, we can't all prescribe medications, we can't all be pet therapists, we can't all be massage therapists, but what we can all do is communicate, right? We can all be communicators. And so part of communicating is setting the stage. So as we kind of go through this next set of slides, the focus, the target group here is what can we do to communicate better, to help with agitation in elders with these behavioral problems. I can tell you that although we're focused on elders with behavior problems, for my residents, for my interns work at University Hospital. They work in the psychiatry emergency department there at University Hospital. And so at the very beginning of the year with my interns, I'm teaching them, one of the lectures is how to work with like severely agitated patients. So these are people that SAPD is bringing in under an emergency detention. Instead of taking them to jail, they recognize that there's a mental health crisis going on. And they're like, you really should better see a doctor than go to jail, right? And so they bring them to University Hospital. They're evaluated in the emergency room. But these are patients who are high on who knows what, right? I mean, a lot of times, on drugs. A lot of them might have chronic paranoid schizophrenia. A lot of them might have bipolar disorder and be acutely manic, right? So all sorts of reasons. So although we're kind of focused on agitation in elders, what we're talking about also pertains to persons with schizophrenia or manic episodes or substance intoxication, that sort of thing. I can tell you personally, these tips, they also work well with spouses and children, right? And so it helps me communicate better with Tracy. I have 4 kids, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to set the stage here. All right, so communicating, setting the stage. Let's see here. Let me move the slides forward. There. Okay, so setting the stage. So what we can do, first of all, to set the stage is to make sure that our elders have like hearing aids in, glasses on, right? And so, so if they cannot hear you, then it doesn't matter what you say, they're not going to hear you, right? So, so when you're showing up, if you can just ask them, do they have hearing aids they need to put in? You know, if you can just tell that they're not really hearing, you're having to talk louder, then ask them about that. Make sure they have their glasses on. Bring them to a quiet location. Ideally, you're sitting down, and then if appropriate, sometimes it's not appropriate, right? But if appropriate, you know, offering food. In the hospital, a lot of times we're offering them blankets, that kind of thing, or using touch just to kind of set the stage and calm things down. Sometimes this isn't appropriate, but I can tell you what I tell my residents is, you know, when you bring them, you know, find a quiet place, invite them to sit down, invite them to talk. Have you ever been hit by someone who was sitting? It can happen, like, you know, you could like hit her, right? And you're both sitting, but it just doesn't happen, right? It's unusual to be struck by someone who's sitting, right? Have you ever been hit by someone who's sitting down and eating a sandwich? Maybe, but it's unlikely, right? It's unlikely. You agree it's unlikely, right? Have you ever been hit by someone who's, you know, sitting down, eating a sandwich and like snuggled up under a blanket, right? Probably not, right? So you can set the stage in that way. Now, if you are offering food, that kind of thing, you know, you don't offer the elder, you know, a hot cup of coffee in a porcelain mug, right? Like you don't do that. But a glass of water, something like that, something just to kind of set the stage and, you know, calm things down. Touch is interesting, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So it's appropriate in some situations and not in others, right? And so in some ways, it kind of depends on what your job is, right? And so it's one thing for, you know, like nursing aides, you know, medical assistants, family, you know, to be kind of touching and that, you know, and when I say touch, really, we're just talking like a, you know, a hand on top of a hand or a hand on a shoulder, you know, something like a pat on the back, like you see the picture there, I guess. But so you have to use your own judgment here, right? You have to decide, is this appropriate or is it not appropriate? But I can tell you what, you know, even on the psychiatry inpatient units, if there is a patient who's just kind of gearing up, there are a few things that can kind of settle them. Then just if we kind of like touch them, and we'll touch them like right on their arm, right? We'll just say, you know, would it be okay if we went and talked over here? Are you okay with that? And we'll kind of touch them on their arm and kind of wave them over. It's just, there's something about touch, it's called oxytocin, that can kind of like settle people down and make them feel a little more secure, a little less agitated, a little more safe. You'll have to use your judgment for that. All right. So imagine that an elder becomes angry, and let's just say in a nursing home, elder becomes angry in a nursing home, throws a chair, and he yells, I'm tired there always being these lady shows on TV. Let's just say that. So say you wanted to have the worst possible conversation with this person about this event, about them picking up a chair and throwing it across the room. Like if you wanted to have the worst conversation with them, the worst possible, like what would you do? You would yell back at them. Yeah. So if they're shouting at you, if you really wanted to do this exactly wrong, you would yell back. I guess similar, you might throw the chair back at them, right? I mean, I guess you could do that. That would be like really bad, right? So yelling back, or I guess throwing or hitting back, that kind of, so that would be terrible. What else would you do? How else would you, like, what else would have this be just the worst conversation? Ignore them? Yeah, I guess you just don't have the conversation at all. Yeah. What's that? Turn the TV up? Yeah, I guess you could turn, you could turn the TV up real loud. That way, you know, you got whatever show blaring and you can't hear each other and the stimulus is now amplified. That would be true for sure, right? What else? What's that? Try to control the conversation, is that right? Did I hear that? Oh, control the person. Yeah. Yeah. Control is interesting, right? Because you can control people in different ways. But people know they're being controlled, right? Like it's a primitive, that's like a primitive thing, right? Yeah. All right. So so if you really wanted to do a bad job, yeah, you would shout back, right? You would shout back. You would patronize them, right? You would patronize them. You talk down to them like they're a child. Mr. Davy, why did you go and throw the chair again? Right? I've seen that. I'm like, oh my God. What else? You would start testing them, right? You start testing them. Now, do you remember this? Do you remember that? Do you remember? And I'll see that, right? I'll see care providers. It's like they start testing the elder and they get angry. Do you remember what day it is? Do you remember the year and what's the time? And can you tell me where you are right now, right? It's like, why are you doing that, right? What else would you do? You would use a lot of words. You would just talk and talk and talk. And it's like the more words you use, the more you think they're listening. But, again, going back to me communicating with my children, I know that's not true, right? What else? Reasoning. And this might kind of seem counterintuitive, but it's true. You would try to have a very logical conversation. So, can elders with dementia have logical conversation? Do they respond to reason? They really don't, right? And again, I told you what I'm talking about here also applies to really other mental conditions. So again, think of someone suffering from, chronic paranoid schizophrenia. Can you have a logical conversation with a psychotic person? It doesn't matter how much reasoning you do and how much logic you have. They're just not in a space to hear it, right? And the same is also going to be true if they're manic, right? So thinking that you're going to have logic and reason and you're going to be able to, use those skills to settle the situation, it could happen. It just isn't probable, right? It's not probable. Why questions? You would ask them a bunch of why questions. Why did you throw the chair? Well, why were you angry? Well, why? Well, why? Well, why? What's the problem with why questions? What's that? They're going to give you an excuse, but how come? You're right, they will. Well, they don't know, right? Yeah, you're right. They don't know, and they're just trying to make you stop asking why. So even if you are what's a good example? So I told you I work at the medical school, right? And we interviewed medical school applicants. We got all these bright college students graduating, they're applying to medical school. So what is the question that they dread for medical school interviews? Why do you want to be a doctor? Right? That is the question that they dread. And you've all applied to jobs before. Why do you want to be a police officer? Why do you want to be a fire department? Why? Right? So even if you are a very high functioning person who has good ego balance, like all of you do, why questions automatically put you on the defensive. You feel like you have to defend yourself, like you're defending your answer, you're defending your behavior, right? And so why questions are tough. They're just going to start talking. They're going to give you an answer just to make you go away or ask a different question, right? So why questions can really be triggering. The other thing is if you just start asking question after question after question after question after question. So your goal, your communication goal is to have a conversation with the person. It's not question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, right? And so part of this, what you're not wanting to do, even though you are, is you're not wanting to set yourself up as the expert, right? So when I'm teaching psychotherapy, I'm telling you, I'm kind of putting my therapy hat on when I supervise my residents in therapy. So when I'm talking with my residents and I'm talking with them about their patients, who is the expert of the patient? The patient. So every person is the expert of themselves, right? And so when you get into these, when my residents, when my doctors get into, I'm going to ask you a question, you're going to get an answer, ask a question, get an answer, ask a question, get an answer. It's setting up the opposite, where in this case, the doctor is the expert and the patient is not. And so you don't want to just pepper them with question after question after question after question. Your goal is to have a conversation. It's not really to elicit information, because you don't need information. You know, the guy just threw the chair across the room and you know that's not a good thing. So you don't need to ask them a ton of questions about it. You need to have a conversation about it, and let's start to diffuse the issue, right? So again, communication. So we talked about what doesn't work, right? So shouting, yelling back, all these why questions, just all that, like that doesn't work. So what does work? What does work is introducing yourself. And depending on the level of cognitive impairment of the person you're working with, you may have to make obvious introductions, right? Right? So you may have to say, hi, Dad, it's Jason, your son, right? You can imagine if someone is severely cognitively impaired, you might have to introduce yourself as the family member that you are, right? And so in this case, in a medical setting, when I'm out with adult protective services or attorneys or whatever, you know, I'll say, you know, my name is Jason, I am a doctor, right? That's how I say, my name is Jason, I'm a doctor. What is important is to avoid abbreviations. And so, you know, I don't say, I'm Jason Schillerstrom, I work at UT, because they may not have a clue what UT is, right? And there's Aggies in the room. Maybe y'all don't have a clue what UT is either. All right, but I don't say I work at UT. So you don't want to introduce yourself as I work at UT, I'm with APS, I'm with SAPD, whatever it is. Don't use abbreviations. Just say who you are, right? I'm Jason and I'm a police officer, right? I work for adult protective, you know, however you want to say it, but don't use abbreviations. Kind of going back to why questions, you know, a good way to start is to ask them to share the reasons, or can they help you understand, right? Can you help me understand? Can you share the reasons? Can you tell me the reasons, right? And so again, imagine my poor medical students, well, medical school applicants, imagine they're applying to medical school, you know, and the question that they dread is, why do you want to be a doctor? That's what they dread. But what if instead, what if the interviewer said, can you help me understand the reasons you want to be a physician? Like, it's basically the same question, right? It's the same question, but it has a completely different tone, right? Can you help me understand the reasons? Can you help me understand what's going on? Because now the person, they don't feel diminished by the why question. They feel empowered. Yes, Dr. Schillerstrom, let me help you understand the reasons, right? It sets a different tone. There's a different affect to it, right? And so if you can start with, can you help me understand? Can you tell me the reasons? Can you share with me the story? You know, what can you tell me, right? That's always a good way to start. I always ask, again, kind of going back to kind of therapy hat, right? I'm always asking permission from my patients. And this is, you know, again, when they're agitated, when they're in clinic, when I'm doing work with adult protective services, when I'm doing these capacity assessments, right? I always introduce myself, and then I always say, would it be okay if I learned a little bit about your background? Would that be okay? And they almost always say, yeah. If they don't say yeah, they ask me why, right? And then I say, well, it'll help me understand you better, right? And so I'm always asking permission. You know, when I kind of go from kind of one topic area to another, you know, it's always, you know, would it be okay if I learned about your background? Would it be okay if we talked about your medical conditions and your treatments? Would it be okay if we talked about your financial situation? Right? I'm always asking permission, right? And And yeah, and so enough said. And so in this case, would it be okay if we talked about the chair being thrown? If we talked about the chair, right? And then I always ask, I always ask them what they know. I'm always trying to figure out, like, what is it that they know, right? So, can you tell me what you know about that chair going across the room, right? Ask them what they know. People don't really like to be given, people don't like advice. Nobody wants advice. Nobody wants your advice. They don't, right? And so it's always good to kind of ask them if we can talk about something and then try and learn what it is they know. If you start going into advice giving or even with other things, then the general kind of rule of thumb, it becomes an ask, tell, ask, right? Ask, tell, ask. So in this case, would it be okay if I told you what I know about the chair being thrown? I know that you must have been very angry to do that. You must be frustrated watching TV all day. And then I ask, am I right about how you feel, right? So just ask, tell, ask. And again, you're not asking them, you're not asking them for information. You're always asking them for permission, right? You're asking them for permission. All right. The other big thing is substitute. I said substitute but for and, I had that backwards. Substitute and for but, right? So you have to strike the word but from your vocabulary. You have to strike it. So as we kind of go through these, a lot of these things sound simple, right? This is like, I can't believe I'm spending an hour learning this, right? Because duh, right? But it's not natural. This is not how we normally naturally communicate, right? And so when you say, I know you are angry, but you must find better ways to manage it, what does the patient hear? Yeah, they only hear the second thing, right? By having the but in there, what that says is, I know you are angry. Now forget that I ever said that. You really have to find ways to manage your anger. That's what the but does. It negates everything that you said before it, right? And so you feel like you're, in your mind, you're saying, well, I'm going to be empathic and I'm going to, at least be sympathetic and acknowledge the emotion. I know that you're angry. The moment you say but, you just negated the empathy or the sympathy. So instead, just substitute the word and, right? I know you are angry and you must find better ways to manage it, right? And I know you must find better ways to manage it. So the other thing you have to think about is what comes first and what comes second. And again, we're kind of really getting, this is really getting to like psychotherapy technique. A lot of this comes from motivational interviewing paradigms, but nonetheless, I do think it can help with managing agitation and that sort of thing. So if you have a person in front of you and you say, you must find ways to manage your anger. And I know that you're angry, right? That's not really good. So if you said something like, what's a good example? Well, let's just stick with that. You must find better ways to manage your anger. And I know that you're angry. What is the patient going to talk about next? Or the person going to talk about next? You must find ways to manage your anger. And I know that you're angry. How are they going to respond to that? What's the likely sentence that comes out of their mouth? They're going to talk about anger, right? So you must find ways to manage your anger. And I know that you're angry. Yes, I'm angry. I'm angry because of this. I'm angry because of that. I'm angry, right? But if you reverse it and you say, I know you are angry and you must find ways to manage your anger, then what comes back next? It's, yeah, I really shouldn't have thrown that chair. I do have to think of better ways to manage the anger, right? So whatever behavior you're wanting to change comes after the and. It comes after the and. So if you can just practice substituting the word and for but, and I can tell you from practice, this really does work with spouses and children and family members and anybody. If you can start practicing that, you'll kind of see how the conversation it's better, right? It just works better. All right, complex reflection. So the other thing I told you is that when you're talking, when you're diffusing, when you're having a conversation with, in this case, an agitated person, what I told you is that you don't want to ask question after question after question after question. What you want to have is a conversation, right? You're trying to have a conversation. So there's two types of reflections, right? There's simple reflections and there's complex reflections. Complex reflections require practice, but if you can learn how to do them, they can turn that question answer paradigm into a conversation quicker than anything, right? And so in this case, maybe the elder says, I just got angry and threw the chair. So a simple reflection would be, you threw the chair because you were angry, right? That's a reflection. You're reflecting back what they told you, right? That's a simple. And really with a simple reflection, like if you can just say the word duh afterwards, it's a simple reflection, right? You know, I just got angry and I threw the chair. So if the person responds, you threw the chair because you're angry, that's just a simple reflection. But what if instead you said, you know, I just got angry and threw the chair? What if instead you said, you felt like nobody was listening to you? You felt like nobody was listening to you, right? That's a complex reflection. What makes it complex is that it's a guess. You're guessing. You're not sure that's how they felt or what they're thinking, but you as a professional with your experience, you have the ability to make an educated guess, right? You felt like nobody was listening to you. That's a guess. And one of two things will happen. Either the person will say, no, that's not really it, and they'll correct you, which is okay. Or they'll say, yeah, that's exactly right. I felt like nobody was listening. And if the more complex reflections you can give them, the more conversational it'll be, and the more the person will feel heard, right? I always tell, so that when my residents are doing therapy, you know, one of the things they'll say is, you know, I feel like every time I'm talking with the patient, I feel like we're just kind of talking about the same thing every week. We're just talking about the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. And so kind of, you know, what we kind of call that is you're just sort of circling the drain, right? You're just circling the drain. And what I tell my residents is that if you feel like you're circling the drain, you're not doing enough complex reflections. You're not taking a chance, right? Because taking a complex reflections, you're taking a guess. It's a chance, right? And so the more complex reflections you have, the more chances you take. But these are educated guesses. And you'll quickly turn this from a question, answer into a conversation. In general, like even in the psychotherapy paradigm, we recommend five complex reflections for every question asked, which is a lot, right? I mean, that's a lot, right? And so, so that's something that you can do to kind of work and to build empathy and support. So, you know, the big thing with elders and agitated behavior in terms of community, it's always about reassurance and redirection, right? So reassurance is verbal, right? It's all the communication stuff we just talked about. So it's always about reassurance and redirection. For redirection, you're just trying to point them in a different way, right? And so you're trying to change the scenery. You might introduce them to a meaningful activity. And so, you know, for change of scenery, you'll just go from one room to the other. You might take them outside, whatever the change of scenery is. And then for offering meaningful activities, this is kind of where you know your clients the best, right? And so, you know, so for example, you know, maybe you just say, oh, well, you know, I know this isn't good, but we have to do these dishes, right? So let's start putting the silverware away, and then we'll talk about this as we do that, right? let's fold some towels, let's go, let's get outside, Dad, we got to get these leaves out of the garden, whatever it is, right? And so that's redirection. What I always recommend is that you give them choices, but you don't say, what do you want to do, right? Don't say, what do you want to do? Give them like 2 things to choose from, right? We could do this or we could do that. What do you want to do, right? We can step outside for fresh air, or we can fold these towels. What do you want to do, right? And so if you can give them just a few choices and then let them choose, you're preserving autonomy, and just goes better. And then again, using touch, and again, redirection, using touch for calm and focus. Again, a lot of times it's just, a hand on the shoulder, a hand on the back of their hand, something that you feel professionally comfortable with, right? And so that's communication. I mean, that's how we communicate. That's how we talk people down. This is how we, try to avoid, UH, given, pharmacology, whatever, right? This is how we do it. So there are like professional interventions, right? There's non-pharmacological interventions for agitation. And everybody agrees that we should start with non-pharmacological interventions for agitated elders. But the problem is that they're slow to work, they're time consuming. A lot of them really do require some sort of professional expertise to do, right? And then the other thing is there's not even a lot of literature out there on like, do they even work, right? And so there was a group that kind of went to the literature and they just looked at, what did they do? They started with like 8,000 articles in the medical literature. And they're trying to figure out what non-pharmacological interventions can help elders with agitated behavior. So out of 8,000 articles that they start with, they narrow them down to only 65 well-controlled studies. And of the 65 well-controlled studies, there's only 11 different interventions. And so these are the 11 different interventions: animal therapy, massage therapy, music therapy, aromatherapy, pet robot therapy, which is kind of weird, right? But you can go on the Amazon. Like if you go on to Amazon and you put in robot dog for elder or something like that, like it'll show, it's like $140 to buy this dog. But nonetheless, they have like these robot dogs out there. This is like for nursing home level dementia. What else? They look at horticulture, like gardening therapy, exercise, just all this different stuff. So they just kind of look at all these different non-pharmacological interventions. Did any of them work? Yeah, which one worked the best? Which of these is the most useful? Music? Exercise? The robot dog, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. Massage therapy. Massage therapy is number one. Yeah, massage therapy had the biggest effect size. So out of all those 11 interventions that I showed you, only 4 of them really work, in the literature. These are the only 4. So massage therapy is number one. Animal-assisted intervention is a fancy word for pet therapy, right? It's like, they have like, these therapeutic dogs and they come in and they, whatever. Anybody who knows me knows I hate dogs. I hate everything about dogs. I think if you got too much time, if you got too much money, if your house is too clean, like get a dog and all your problems will be solved, right? But nonetheless, I respect the dog here. Animal-assisted intervention or pet therapy worked. Personally tailored intervention, that's a little bit different. It's where you something about the person and you know something about their background and you have this personally tailored intervention. So for example, maybe you know that the elder, maybe you know that he was a mechanic, right? He was a mechanic. And so then what you have is like a bucket of screws and bolts or something. And you just, say, look, we got to, put these screws on all these bolts or whatever. And so that would be like a personally tailored intervention. There's still a lot of communication and honestly touch involved. And then that pet robot, that pet robot did better than music therapy. It did. The robot dog better than music therapy. But number one is massage. And so you might say, like, why is massage so good? And so when you go to the studies, the massage ranges. It ranges from basically once a day during the work week to twice a day, every day of the week. And so what we know about massage is that it increases comfort, it reduces pain, it provides opportunity for meaningful communication. But then what we also know is that whenever there's touch, whenever there's massage, whenever there's touch, there's a chemical in your brain called oxytocin that's released. There's a hormone in your brain called oxytocin that's released. And oxytocin is the love hormone. It's like Valentine's Day, right? It's the love hormone. And there's just something about oxytocin that really makes us feel comfortable and safe and loved. And so maybe that's why massage worked the best. We will use pharmacy, right? So that's what I do, right? So I have a clinic, and the average age of my patients is 76. Probably 2/3 of them have bread and butter depression, anxiety. About 1/3 of them have dementia. The difference between the dementia patients who see me versus the dementia patients who go to neurology is usually the patients who see me as psychiatrists is because they have behavioral problems, right? And so we do use medications. What's important to know about medications is up until May, there were no FDA-approved medications for dementia-related behavioral problems. None are FDA-approved. The one in May is now brexpiprazole, marketed as Rexulti. It costs $1,400 a month at HEB. We don't prescribe a lot of that, right? And so, there's only one FDA-approved medication. What we know is that the medications that help the most, or that have the most evidence supporting them, are antipsychotics. So the same medicines that we use for schizophrenia, which are FDA-approved, and the same medications we use for bipolar disorder, which are FDA-approved for bipolar, those are the same medications that have the most evidence supporting them. Within this medication class, the one that has the most evidence supporting it is risperidone. And the reason why these medications are not widely prescribed is because they have serious potential side effects, right? And so what we know is that they increase the risk of death. They increase mortality risk. And so when we're thinking about medications, if we try to think about like what is the standard of care when you're taking elders to see doctors for agitation, there may not be a standard of care, but as best as I can tell, usually we'll start with an antidepressant, and if that doesn't work, and that would be like Zoloft or Lexapro or Remeron, some sort of SSRI, mild antidepressant. If that doesn't work, we augment with a sedative. And the sedatives are usually Xanax, which is alprazolam, Klonopin, which is clonazepam, and Ativan, which is lorazepam. So we'll augment if that doesn't work. If that doesn't work, then we go to the antipsychotics. So the medication class that has the most evidence to support it, we don't prescribe till third in line. And that's because of the increased mortality risk. So what we know is that elders with dementia who are prescribed an antipsychotic are twice as likely to die as those who aren't. Twice as likely to die. And what we also know, the number needed to harm is 40. So for every 40 elders who are prescribed an antipsychotic for dementia, one will die, and it's because of the drug. That's the number needed to harm. So now it's like, well, what is your relationship with death? And so if you have a good relationship with death, it's like, well, 1 in 40, that's not so bad. But if you have a bad relationship with death, it's like, oh my God, 1 in 40, that's a lot. Like how many patients with dementia do I see in a month, right? Like at least 40, right? And so that's why we don't reach for antipsychotics right out of the bag. And anytime you see an advertisement like on television for antipsychotics, that's why they always have this disclaimer. This medicine has not been FDA approved for use in elders with dementia. They always have that disclaimer on the television. That's the black box warning coming from the FDA. So communication with reassurance and redirection first. If possible, non-pharmacological interventions. And then lastly, we would go to pharmacy. That's the general approach we take for working with elders with agitated behaviors. All right. Well, that's all I got. Any questions? It was probably terrible music. All right. Yeah. Oh, so the question is, why didn't music do better? Why wasn't music? And I just joked, it's probably because they were listening to terrible music, whatever. And so, if they were listening to whoever, Texas country music, that would have settled them, right? More Randy Rogers, right? But, yeah, I don't know. So I, again, with music, it doesn't really increase oxytocin levels. And maybe they have a hard time hearing it. Maybe, I don't know. So I can guess reasons why, but I don't know. What I just know is that there's a lot of studies that have looked at it and it just isn't helpful. It's not as helpful as you might think it would be. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions?
My question is kind of twofold. The first one is why hasn't the FDA approved some of those pharmaceuticals that you're mentioning to be used over, to treat those other symptoms? And secondly, where do you see us in 2, 3, 4, 5 years as far as treatments that are going to be available for individuals that need effective pharmaceutical assistance?
Yeah, good question. So why hasn't the FDA approved? I don't think it's the FDA's fault. I'll say this is the one time. This might be the one time I don't think it's the FDA's fault. So I can tell you these studies are really hard to do. I can tell you there's not a lot of economic incentive for drug companies to do these very expensive clinical trials when they basically know they're going to be prescribed anyway. Because there's no other choice, right? There just aren't other choices. I can also tell you that when you look at clinical trials, that the effects tend to be small on average. They're kind of hard. It's difficult because when you start looking at means, which is what clinical trials look at, the means are unimpressive. But when you look at individuals, I mean, I have patients, those of you in healthcare or maybe who work with APS social workers, I mean, you all have clients who do so much better on their antipsychotic than not, right? And so, so the statistics is kind of messy, I guess. Yeah. Kind of looking to the future, what everybody wishes would work is cannabis. Like we all wish we could just get them high and it would stop. I think cannabis probably does. It's probably good for caregiver burden, like it's good for the caregiver to smoke some weed, but the research actually shows that cannabis just isn't that helpful, actually. The only time in the literature, the only time cannabis is really helpful, honestly, is when the person is emaciated, they don't have the appetite, and you're trying to like stimulate appetite. And then, sometimes if you get some food in you, you start to feel better, you get less agitated, that kind of thing. But people are hoping that cannabis would be helpful. Probably the coolest clinical trial that I've seen out there, it's intranasal oxytocin spray. So it's like a pump, like an intranasal pump, and it pumps this hormone up into your brain through your olfactory system. I think that's a really cool. I hope that's the one I hope works. The one I hope works is intranasal oxytocin spray. I appreciate the naturalness of it, the cleverness, and how there's just not going to be side effects. There's certainly not going to be death associated with it. Yeah.
Hi, so you mentioned that we can't have logical, or it's unlikely to have logical conversations with these clients. And I'm curious what you mean by that, because the suggestions that you mentioned, they don't quite seem illogical to me. So I'm just curious what you mean by that.
Yeah, what I mean by that is just trying to reason, right? And just kind of use logic, and you're not. It's hard, you just kind of know when you see it. The goal isn't to convince the patient. That's not the goal. The goal isn't to convince. The goal is to diffuse and redirect and put the fire out, right? And you don't need to convince the patient of your logic to do that, right? You just want to get them talking and put the fire out and be able to move on. The more you challenge them with facts, it just seems like the worse it goes. So another, kind of redirection, Another kind of secret, you know what the secret to psychotherapy is, right? It's like, what's the secret? You wanna know what the secret to psychotherapy is? The secret to psychotherapy is that patients get better when they're talking, and it doesn't matter what they're talking about. That's like the secret. And so as long as people are talking, they're healing. As long as people are talking, they're getting better and better and better. I do think that they get better at different rates depending on what they're talking about. But if you can get people talking, then they're healing, they're feeling better. And it doesn't matter if what they're saying makes sense or not, right? There's just too many conversations where the elder is looking for their deceased husband and the care provider is trying to convince them. Now, remember he died. Remember when we went to the funeral and he's dead. And remember that it was on this day. And remember how you wore this. And it's like, oh, let's just reassure, redirect, kind of move on, right? The logic, it just doesn't work, right? Most of the time, I should say. Anything else?
I see one up on the screen. You have knowledge of the misbranding Depakote by promoting drugs control education.
Yeah, I don't know if Depakote is advertised like that. It would definitely be off label. So the problem with Depakote, so first of all, there's no clinical studies that have shown that Depakote, there's no well-designed clinical studies showing that Depakote or valproic acid is helpful for agitation. What happens is that clinicians tend to start with an SSRI. If that doesn't work, then augment with a benzodiazepine like Xanax or Ativan or Klonopin. And if that doesn't work, if the physician isn't comfortable moving forward with an antipsychotic because of this risk, they just start reaching, right? They just start. And one of the things they reach for is Depakote. The challenge is that there's always going to be a patient who responds to the Depakote. It just doesn't work broadly. It doesn't work as well. I can just tell you, it's a medicine that I never use. So for agitation. Yeah.
I recall when UT Health was doing some dementia awareness through creating a dementia-friendly city.
Okay.
And they identified that you all do assessments for folks who have dementia to determine their abilities and things. Is that still done?
That's probably done through the Biggs Alzheimer's Research Center, right? Yeah, so that would be done through the Biggs for sure. Yeah.
That's still done.
I believe so. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Thank y'all so much. All right.